And we are live, I think.
Yes, we are.
I haven't got a notification yet from YouTube.
And good afternoon. Yes, we are live. Good afternoon, YouTube. Yeah, I just got it.
All right.
Um, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Sons and Daughters of Liberty. With me, as always, is Drew, aka the Sons and Daughters of Liberty. How you doing today, Drew? Feel
Well,
better than the last time we talked?
a lot.
Well,
Yeah,
this is good to hear.
the antibiotics are definitely helping. I'm feeling a lot better. Broke is a joke, obviously, because I'm doing this live stream from my phone because I don't have internet because I couldn't pay the bill. Being sick sucks. Gets behind on bills, and thankfully I should be get back. But a couple of weeks will take me to get everything straightened back out, but I'm actually enjoying this 3-day weekend without having to work a Sunday for overtime.
Yeah, and just as a side note, all those who follow me, because I know that some of your followers here that do follow me, I will be out of town tomorrow. At least for the first half of the day, I will be unavailable and not around. I'm going to spend it with family. I know, shocker, hey?
Ooh. Okay, as long as I mute the channel, I can actually see chat.
It's pretty dead yet, so.
Yeah, we just got started, but it does help if I can share the links, news feed.
I do need a keyboard down here just in case.
No, I don't want group. I want page. No, I
So,
definitely don't want to report my video.
funny story. I actually did that on one of my older videos. I had a comment that I wasn't. Um, it kind of hit me a little sideways. It was a constructive comment. Um, it hit me a little sideways, and I went to um, highlight the comment. I accidentally reported the comment and went to exit out of it and inadvertently reported my own damn video. YouTube, fortunately, individual is for whatever reason a my channel is under manual watch, and I don't know how that happened. Um, and YouTube was like, "Are you reporting your own video?" And I was like, "I didn't mean to." How does
Right.
that? How does that happen?
Let's see. As I just found out, it's actually very easy to hit the button.
And yeah, um, and as it turned out, the person that wrote the sideways comment is somebody from YouTube. Tell me they don't watch what we're saying.
Oh, they do. Their little algorithm picks up on everything we say. Yeah, their AI, everything we talk about, it's instantly picked up on. That's why so many of these big channels get nuked so quick, almost instantaneous. How midstream just shut down instantly. And speaking of being shut down, hopefully I catch it in time at the hour mark. We will get disconnected because I guess mine's is over the Gathering app or Jitsi, whatever. But I use the Gathering app from the mines. It's glitchy right now, so every stream at the hour mark will get shut off. As long as I catch it fast enough, it won't interrupt the stream. Won't have to redo it. Just want to get that out there now, so people wonder. I'll pay attention. Kinda, it's hard because like I said, I don't have access to internet right now. So I usually watch the YouTube thing when I get close to the hour mark.
And I'll kind of pay attention too. I can set a time stopwatch here.
Because we will not get no warning. All we will hear in the background is stream has ended.
Actually, it's her. You can hear it out on the replay too.
Oh, can you?
Yeah. How much? Where are we at on the time?
I don't know. I can't go by the Mines one because we were in here for a bit.
Right.
Let me see if I can't see it on YouTube.
It said started streaming 5 minutes ago.
Okay. Yeah, we got to go by that one.
I just refreshed the page. So I will set a timer for 54 minutes, and then on my phone.
But yeah, I mean, it's been, like I said, it's my first, well, not full week. I had still had Monday off. I'm looking forward to a full week of work though. I'm looking for a full paycheck. We catch up on all these bills. Especially this time of the year, especially now that I can. That's the one thing I like about the phone I've got, and how with Jetsy and I'm in the gathering app on the mines, I'm able to actually be mobile now, which is fun because anybody that knows this time of the year I'm usually out fishing, except for this crazy ass weather we're having, just not cooperating. Plus I've been sick, but we had a blizzard in Montana.
Montana and North Dakota.
We've got tornadoes, severe thunderstorms
in Iowa,
in the southeast as well. North Carolina, Alabama, Florida, Texas. Hurricane or Tornado Alley. And they're already talking about hurricanes. So plus we got the Sierra winds blowing in the dirt, the sand, which is slowly coming our way. We got the sun acting all kinds of weird.
Not to mention, I was talking to somebody yesterday, and it was full moon last night.
Yes, it was. So we got all kinds of stuff going on with our weather. We got farmers trying to get out there, get their fields tilled and plowed and ready to be planted. And, they got to deal with all the rain that we've been getting, flooding, potential frost. We're already mid through April and we're still talking about being careful about frost and frozen ground. So, just adding insult to injury to the already headaches the farmers are going to have this year, having to figure out where they're going to get their fertilizer. But yet, our government can send another $800 million to Ukraine this week. That's the part that's sickening. You had the president of the United States. That is his title, so I guess we have to kind of technically use it for an incompetent fool who should be out just on mental health issues. He can't form a coherent sentence, can't read a teleprompter, but hey, he is the president, so unfortunately for us, because that whole administration, I don't care what left, right, Republican, Democrat, they're all guilty. They want to send $800 million on top of the billions that they've already sent in the past month, knowing that, we are going to be going through a food shortage. That was the president's own words. So why would you send money that is needed here to help the American people, the ones he took oaths to serve and protect? How's that representing the American people? Congress ain't going to do nothing. You guys forget that. You don't hear a single Republican trying to bring up impeachment articles. And it would be an easy impeachment because all they got to do is go for his health. He is incapable of forming a coherent sentence. The actions and sanctions that he's done have been questionable. In fact, they've backfired. And it's cost the American people. It cost us at the grocery stores, at the gas pumps. Thankfully, we've got a lot of states just dropping their gas tax to help a little bit. I mean, damn, when it cost me $70, over $70 to fill up my tank of gas, that's ridiculous. When it normally takes me, if I go to a half a tank, it'll take me normally about 35, 40 bucks. I got a 50-gallon tank, so. But 70 bucks. So it was actually $74. I made sure I got to the very last penny to the dollar after it clicked off at 73.54. Oh, I'm going to add the rest, which is not a good thing. That's actually bad on your gas pump. You're told not to. When it stops, it stops. Don't overfill it. But, it's the state we're in. I mean, I know everybody I talk to, they're struggling. I know factories, right? I mean, even where I'm working right now, it's kind of scary. What the hell is going to happen? We can't keep workers. They hire new ones, and they just work there a couple days, so they get the next phone call to go to the next highest paying job because, you don't pay enough. But the company can't afford to raise, and I get it, company can't afford to raise their prices because then they'll lose customers. It's a no-win situation to where, who suffers in the end? Well, the workers. We could, yeah, okay. Well, the last 3 years I've spent there, I could probably go somewhere else. I know I could go somewhere else. But damn, starting at the bottom, having to rebuild everything, wait to get insurance again. No one wants to do that because, I mean, I've got great insurance. I've got great benefits to where I could go somewhere else and have less than what I got. But yet the price cost to survive keeps going up. What do you do? Well, I mean, it starts with the primaries, getting out there and voting all these repeat offenders, because that's what they become. They become criminal. They're offenders.
That's what bothers the living shit out of me. I'm already starting to get calls from the Democrat Party about, because I voted in the Democrat or in primaries last year, to try and get a veteran that had served.
I think the Democratic Party is going to be hard pressed to get any military votes.
They're going to be hard pressed, and it would have been one thing if it had been just one call, but I've had 4 calls now. And when somebody tells you that they're a strong 2A supporter, you would think that they would shut up and say, all right, have a nice day, and say thank you for your time. But no, they've called 4 times now, and each time they call, they've gotten incredibly nastier and nastier and nastier about it, to the point that when they called this morning, I was like, if you call this number again, I'm going to get ever loving belligerent with you. And
yeah, I mean, no, keep it all away. That's starting to border on harassment, spam. I mean, there's laws against that, but the laws don't apply to the politicians, of course.
Well, it's they've been put on warrant on alert now that if they call me back again, the gloves are off now. And I won't be PC in any way. I try to be polite and respectful when they call, but at at, at a point, those gloves go out the door. And my heater's causing issues.
Huh.
What?
I'm just checking, flipping over to see if I can't see the chat, which I pretty well can't.
But it's getting stupid, and it's only April. What's it gonna be like in 3 months?
Worse than it is now.
And I already called screen.
I mean, they didn't even started ramping up their censorship game yet. And that's coming. We all know that.
Yeah.
Then the BS fact checkers. It's out of control. It's been out of control.
Yeah. And I'm not real happy about where things are going. I did get some information this week that probably doesn't surprise you any.
What information was that?
Well, not only are they and it came from an unlikely source. Not only are they tracking a new but also there's you were just talking a few minutes ago about the farmers trying to get their crops in the ground. Well, how hard is it going to be to get crops out and to market if there's another LD? Let's try to be a little bit on the down low.
LD, what's that?
Like we experienced at about 2 3/4 years ago that
you mean the pandemics and the lockdowns? The
yeah,
so-called bullshit fucking COVID virus?
Yeah, they're talking about another one of those.
Oh yes, they are.
But this is a hard one, and it's a more than a 2 week. We're talking like a 6 month. Can you believe that shit? A 6 month hard. And there's only one way that they're going to be able to enforce that, and you know what that is.
Yeah. What they were trying to get around to the last time around.
Oh, they ain't gonna try it this time.
Oh no, because of too many people bowed down the last time around.
They're gonna do it this next time. They're gonna do it, and they're gonna use this bird.
Well, let's put it this way. What's going on in China right now? And we watched it. It all started overseas. We've seen the lockdowns taking place, how all it started. First happened here, then it happened here. What's going on in China right now is probably one of the most unhumanitarian acts, dare I say it, since fucking World War II and the concentration camps going on right now. So if our government really cared, about sticking the nose where it don't belong. Maybe they should stick it where they belong, where there is a real humanitarian crisis going on, instead of a non-NATO country that we have no alliance to. No reason to be even sending them a damn thing. But some of you might say, well, that's unhumanitarian. No,
It
it is
starts
not.
here. It the humanitarian issues start in your own country.
Yeah, we don't want to get started there, because that list would
Is
take
long,
very long. It'd take hours to go through just the tip of the iceberg of that list.
right? But let's keep it on the real here. Um, and when they're talking, you know, China is dealing with two different types of coof, um, and now they're saying that they want to do this.
I mean, that's
Um,
what's going on in China. I mean, that's just scary in all the right fucking sci-fi reasons. I mean,
but
you got drones flying around, monitoring people, recording infrared PA announcements from
yep,
the drones, telling people to stay in their houses
and
while they're starving and wailing.
and to quell their souls for a quest for freedom. Get the fuck out of here. Come on. You
I
know,
mean, but you know what? What's even more scarier? We have the right people in office and in power right now who would do it to their own citizens in this country.
they do it to their own family. What are you talking about?
Yes, they would.
I mean, let's keep it on the real. And when you have people like Gates saying the things that he's saying straight out, that he's following the guidestones.
Speaking of that cocksucker. Oh, by the way, this ain't a PC, so don't let your kids around.
Yeah, oh yeah, we forgot to throw that out there.
I'm in one of those moods, so colorful language will fly at will. Nobody ever questioned why Bill Gates, who is based on basically technology and science, more tech savvy, why the
He's also
fuck is he buying up all this farmland and agricultural stuff? No, I think we're starting to see the writing on the wall on that one. He's going to help contribute with his ideology, as you mentioned the Georgia Guidestones, his very questionable morals and ideology, more tipping on genocidal
he's a
and
eugenicist.
homicidal.
He's a eugenicist. Let's call it like it is.
He's gonna help contribute to these food shortage. During the pandemic, we had our governments, state governments, telling farmers not to plant. We'll pay you not to plant. It's not the first time it's happened, and we forget about those things. We let those things slide.
Like
I
the
live
set
out in
aside
farm.
program.
Yeah, I live out in the farming areas. I'm rural, kind of, sort of. Technically, not where I'm at right now. No, wait, I can step outside, and I got a huge cornfield out across the interstate there. So yes, I'm still rural. Mine, granted, it's unplanted right now. The fact is, they were paying farmers not to plant during a crisis that they went out of so control. They're the reasons. Now, as Biden wanted to say this week, Putin's the cause for our inflation. No, Putin has nothing to do with our inflation. Goes back pre housing collapse, when our government gave the Fed unimaginable power. They got more power than Homeland Security and more reach. They're ungoverned, and nobody oversees them, which should never ever happen. No form of our branch of government should be unseen. Everything they do should be right in the public's eye for scrutiny. These guys have printed so much money that the value of the paper ain't worth what the value of the money is. The paper's actually more valuable than the money, honestly, to be truthful. Fuck, save a tree.
Shoot the beaver.
I mean, that's our main problem. But it's been other problems. Government spending on who knows what, giving money to overseas to other countries when we've got our own problems and crisis. Oh, here, let me give you that. Let me give you a stimulus check, but don't worry, we're going to come and get it out of your next taxes. They didn't help us. Not one bit. They're still getting their money. While we work our asses off, look, everybody looks forward to that tax time to get back what little, because it's not even half of what they take, but to get back some of that. And come to find out, we didn't even get that back because we got to get our 14,000 back from you. You made too much money. I didn't even make 40,000. How did I make too much money? I worked my fucking ass off, working 12, 14-hour shifts last year, only to get screwed by the IRS. You know what? Fuck you. I ain't your slave. I ain't going to work all that this time around. Oh, wait, we're on mandatory overtime because we have a worker shortage. We've got more product than we can put out because we don't have enough people, and we've been running on skeleton crews. Which, what does that end up affecting? Everyone's health, because we're overworked. We're not getting the break, especially when you work 4 days a week, 10-hour days. Then you throw on another 10-hour day. And, well, my job, I kind of have to go in early because they don't got enough people to hire another scale operator for the mid shift that they're running. So I need to come in an hour early just so I'm caught up and not swamped going into my shift. Of course, I don't have to. I can go in, be behind all night long, trying to hurry up, catch up, make mistakes. I ain't that type of person. I don't care what I'm doing or who I'm working for. You're going to get the best quality of work out of me as you can. That's always been my philosophy in life. Whether it's working for myself, back to if I'm working for myself, I'm worse.
That's true.
But yet we got these stupid politicians in office that don't give a damn. They illegally make investments that they have insider trading on. What have they done for you? Seriously, what have they done for you? Why would you keep voting these same people back into office? And I've already stated it. Is Trump the answer? No. Is Elon Musk the answer? No. None of these rich elitists are the answer. We need everyday people holding these offices, people that know what it's like to put a hard day's work, that knows what's broken in the system and in the line of area of expertise that they're in, know what's broken in their communities. Not these people that have the idea of eugenics or the idea of communism. The idea that we need to send all this money in a time of crisis to another country. These aren't the people we need in office. We need people that believe in the family, bringing the family back together, changing the laws that keep you from being able to parent your kids, changing the laws that prevent you from becoming a better person, changing the idea that we can't have an opinion or a different view than somebody else. People say, "Oh, that's what we got." No, you don't got religion. You gave that up during the pandemic when you allowed your churches and your congregations to shut the doors that are never to be shut. Church and state's always supposed to be separate. They had no say over your churches or your places of worship, ever. But the problem with religion, as it's been through centuries of persecutions, oppressions, is the dogma. The dogma that teaches you hate another person's belief because it's different than yours. When, if you believe in the New Testament, we're supposed to love each other, no matter what our beliefs or preferences are, or whether we're Christian or not. Like I said, if you judge mental people, be careful. Careful where you cast that stone. Judge not unless you are spiritual enough to judge or be judged by your peers. Because we're all guilty of something. We live in a day and age where it's all we do is judge. We can't listen to an opposing view without judging and clouding the ability to question, to hear them out. And that's the problem with the world today. Internet hasn't helped it. In fact, it's thrived on the cancel culture, the hate, the false narratives, the ability to block, thumbs down, report, dislike, because you don't like the opinions of the others. Instead of respecting their views and opinions, or, actually, one of my favorite YouTubers finally posted a video. If you don't like what you're hearing, change the fucking channel. Shout out to change the channel. Because he's right. If you don't like it, change the channel. Unfortunately, when you change the channel, you're going to miss something that may be opposed to your view that's going to make you question something. It's going to make you think. We need thinkers and people that question things. And that's what they oppose. That's what they fear the most, is a free thinker. Somebody's going to question everything. I don't need a fact checker. I'm my own fact checker. Thank you very much. I enjoy opposite views and opinions. It makes me think. It makes me question my own views and opinions. I subscribe to a lot of people that have different opinions and views from me. Why? Because it's information. The most valuable thing you'll ever possess and own is information. No one should ever control the flow of information. But they do. They try. Because they know, just like I know, just like Bree knows, many of you out there know, it is the most valuable thing in this world, information. It's more valuable than gold, more valuable than the most precious gems. Information rules the world. Can't trust the information you're hearing about what's going over in Ukraine and Russia. Never been able to. Ever when it deals with Russia. Hey, for those that are too young to remember the Cold War, or towards the end of it, it's all about propaganda, psychological warfare, and media manipulation. You'll never know what's going on over there. Don't even bother. It's not worth it. It's just one big psyop designed that way. Now, the biggest talk of this week. Me and Bree kind of talked about it briefly. Well, how the ship get sunk? Well, how many different stories have you heard so far? I was at 8.
Yep. Over 8, actually. I watched one of the more reputable news sources change their narrative 4 times. And it wasn't in that long of a period of time. So, and it wasn't just small changes in what they were saying. It was like complete changes. Like, oh, well, they evacuated 12, and then it was, then everybody got out safely, and then
it was just a mysterious fire.
Yeah, and then the next one was it was sitting in the bottom of the bay, and I was like, okay, then which one of the 4 is it? Because each one is a very huge huge differentiation of what was being said. So I was like, okay, how do I extrapolate out from that? Which truth is it? You know, the dangers of mainstream media might have maybe been a better title for this video, possibly. And incidentally, the one we were just talking just a minute ago about the situation over in China, if you want to go all the way real, about shit and quelling your souls for freedom, and talking about this next major sickness came from the most unlikely. And you talk about the dangers of media. Since when is a virus something that should be talked about on a law and crime network?
I mean, are we talking about China?
No.
Well,
sort of.
Well, I was gonna say we're not talking about China and it being a biological weapon. There's no reason for it to be talked about on.
They were discussing about this new emerging type of the coup that we've been fighting for the last 2 3/4 years. That is, they had this doctor from Vanderbilt, and this new version of the coup, and just how violent it actually is. And I was like, really? And this was on a major crime network, and it was hosted on YouTube.
Oh, no, that don't surprise me.
Excuse me, but how is this anything to do with law or crime? And
I could think about all the illegal shit and unconstitutional shit they pulled during the pandemic.
Right, but
that's not what they were talking about.
How is this anything to do with law and crime? How? Tell me anywhere where it is anything to do with law or crime. And I need to kill my cam because my bandwidth is sucking in the sewer right now. How is this law or crime? How?
It's not. It's psychological warfare. It's media manipulation. And for you guys don't know, I mean, we've stated it before. Other people have stated it countless other times. During the Obama administration, he signed an executive order at weaponizing media for propaganda. You can't believe jack shit that's coming out of your news networks, no matter what it is. It's all a psychological warfare psyop, propaganda war machine. It's all about controlling you, controlling the information. They don't want you questioning anything. They don't want you thinking for yourselves. They want you to comply, obey, submit.
That brings up another question. Why is it that all these people think that you should just comply and obey what people say? I got stopped in a store yesterday and told that I should leave my a particular tool that I that's part of my everyday carry, that I should leave it in my vehicle And I said, no, I shouldn't. I am allowed to, and I am ultimately responsible for my own protection. And since you don't have armed security in this store, you're not, I don't have to. Um, the lady was professional. She was courteous about it. But at what point do you drop the gauntlet and say, no, you don't have to, that you are ultimately responsible for your own security at any level, at the level that you see fit? And individual that I was with yesterday, he's like, please don't get banned or whatever. And I'm like, no, I says, it's time that these people start realizing that you have to speak up and stop capitulating to people,
That tastes
to
so
their
good.
whims or to their whims, irregardless of what it is. Now, you know, obviously, um, that the roots that I come from,
Right.
and the item in question was a 4-inch blade, a 4-inch blade.
4-inch blade. That's it.
Yeah. And ooh, that looks good. Um,
Looks
and
real good.
she and she was polite, she was professional, she was courteous. Um,
Believe it or not, this Crown Royal XL gives some amazing flavor to your food. Oh wait, I'm sorry. This ain't a cooking show, is it?
it, it's your show, it's your channel. It,
No, I
it,
needed to stir this, and I realized after tasting it, it was missing something. And mind you, it tastes. It's got an amazing flavor right now. Nope, I came over here for the apple.
but I mean, what's, speaking of rolling over, when are people going to realize that? And you just spoke on it about the fact that people um, rolled over with their churches at the beginning of this whole shit show. Um, had they not rolled over, I think we'd be in a whole lot different position right now, quite honestly.
Yeah, it would have been because that would have been the ultimate stand right there.
But too many
That would
people,
that would have prevented a lot of things from happening.
too many people um, bowed down, and they didn't let their no be no and their yes be yes.
Right.
Um, and when people, like, they don't know how to take it when somebody stands up and exercises their no muscle. They don't know how to handle it. They're like, what? Um, something so simple.
No, like I said, I live right across the street. There's a farm field. Like I said, I prefer country living to city living any day of the week. Granted, I'm only like 3 miles from town, but I'm still outside.
It wouldn't have been so bad. I see it. It wouldn't have been so bad. Um, I have wore this particular item in the position and in the place where I carry it for 3 years. 3 years. Nobody has said jack about it. Nobody. Nowhere. Clinics, hospitals, other major stores, nowhere. What does that tell you that's coming?
I've ran into issues with my knives and stuff.
We're talking 4 inches.
Because there's some places where you can't even take a pocket knife in. It's actually written on their doors in fine print right next to the gun.
Their sign actually obscures the knife.
I mean, I've at Walmart actually told me I had to leave and put it back in my car and it was just a pocket knife, no more than like 4 inches. I mean, granted, I can understand if it was something like this. That's more than 4 inches, and it's illegal in most states.
And Wisconsin is, if it's concealed over 6, anything that's over 6 inches, is considered overall is considered a concealed weapon.
In the state of Ohio, they say size of your palm, which is basically 4 inches.
Now let me go get it. I'll be right back.
But it's stupid laws like that. I'm sorry. That's what I loved about North Carolina. They didn't give a fuck the size of it. You could carry a machete or a sword on you, open or concealed. Nobody said boo. Part of my everyday carry is a pocket knife. It's a work knife for whatever comes up that I might need it for. In my truck, I carry a survival kit, so therefore it has that's the state of Ohio. That's perfectly legal.
All right.
Huh. Yeah, that's about 4 inches.
And yeah.
I mean, in the state of Ohio, they make you go, okay, it's the width of your hand.
All right, so you go width of your hand.
I don't know what Indiana is. I don't. Probably should look into that. Not that I care. I mean, it's constitutional carry here, so.
All right, so if you go width of your hand.
Yeah, still perfectly legal. I won't show the other one because people would get offended by it because of the painting and artwork on it.
I mean, and of course we have my trencher.
Oh.
And that
good old work knife.
Yeah. It's not a knife. It's a tool.
Yep. It's a utility tool. Just like in my strapped to the side of my backpack in the Suburban. There's a kukri, and believe it or not, probably one of the best knives I've ever bought. And I bought it at Tractor Supply for $7. Love the thing. It's like a Bowie. This thing is sturdy. I figured it's got wood handles, so I figured they'd break. So I went and bought some 550 cord to redo it. And it's a perfect thrower. Man, I've abused this thing, and the handle still hasn't broke.
and
I still got the 550 cord set in the backpack with it for when it breaks, so I can wrap it along with some glue. And it has not broke. But it's been one of the most. It holds an edge. I mean, I only had to sharpen it once in the last 8 years.
And what's so funny?
$7.
I paid $20 for this. And what name do you see on it?
Stog. Stog makes some nice knives.
And this was a $20 knife. $20.
Yeah, if you catch the sogs when they first come out, they're cheap. But once they get popular, they're not cheap anymore.
Yeah, you can't find this knife anymore. And I got this one at Cabela's. You can't find this. You can't get it at Cabela's anymore. It's a good blade. I really like it. It's a good multi-purpose tool. It's not
But
a knife. It's a tool.
it brings up to my other question. Why is that illegal in most states?
Because it has a quick draw sheath. It is encased. The sheath that it comes in is a Kydex sheath on a belt clip system.
I was referring to my little butterfly knife here.
Again, it's a easy, quick deploy, very deceptive, just like Switchblade.
I mean, it has multiple tools. I don't even need to bring the blade out. It's a weapon in itself.
Right.
For punching, striking.
Well, you know that the same thing could be said. All right, let's go with this.
Well, yeah, it's got the serrated
no
striking. No, that one don't.
No, it is a straight, smooth
bezel. Oh,
bezel.
okay, I see it now.
But put it in your fist.
Oh yeah.
What is it? Is it a tool or a weapon?
It's a tool.
And it's aircraft aluminum. So what is it?
I mean, essentially, what is a weapon? It's a tool.
All right. So the thing that holds it on my upright on my desk, this is the insert from one of them snap bracelets.
Oh, I remember those.
What is more dangerous? This or something like this? What is more dangerous?
That snap bracelet?
You
remove that little plastic there or whatever it's wrapped with? That thing is sharp as fuck.
And do you see anything that is covering this?
Nope.
So
what's I mean, my knives are sharp. And playing around with that switchblade will nick you if you ain't careful. But I'll tell you what's sharper than that: the fucking can lid I just opened to make my stew.
Yeah, you know, let's if we're keeping things on the real.
Don't give me a ham can. I'll show you how to make a miniature hatchet that'll slice and dice better than a hatchet will.
I mean, if we're keeping things on the real.
Oh, a pen's lethal.
Exactly. And
it's like I said, I mean, everything's a tool. Your weapons, your guns, your knives, they're all tools. It's all based on your intent. What is the purpose of this tool? This tool is for self-defense, home protection, put food on my table.
Oh,
and that's it.
6 minutes, 6:20, by the way.
Okay, 6:20. Wait.
Time.
Now, what's the time on the YouTube?
We got 6 minutes and 20 seconds left.
So yeah, it'll drop here in a little bit, and hopefully I'm gonna be quick enough on the phone. In fact, I'm gonna shut my cam off now so I can have the phone in my hand for when it does it. I'll be able to get the stream going because we still got a lot to talk about. I know we kind of gotten off of the subject, but there's really no set subject for today's discussions anyway. Just what's going on. You know, there's a lot of shit going on in the world. Actually, there's enough shit going on. It's just too much to even talk about. And, you know, I got to have a little fun in the meantime so we don't think about all the crazy shit. That's just depressing. And this is a holiday weekend after all. For for those that actually, so, follow the Christian holiday. That's what Easter is. It's a Christian holiday. But, holidays are awesome. It's time to get with friends, family. Should be a break from these things. Good time. I doubt many people are traveling this year, unless it's like close, because quite frankly, you can't afford it.
Right.
And and that's designed that way. They don't want you out and about. They want your control. They want to control your movements as much as possible. And I know some of you, oh no, they don't. I'm like, they don't. Then why is gas prices so high? Why is your cost of food so high? These are the things they learned from the pandemic. And that's something we are going to talk into, because we touched a little bit about it the last podcast we did. I think a little bit more on when I was over on Bree's channel Monday. I do want to talk about the food shortage and stuff, what it's going to be like. What we've seen during the pandemic, where everything just went flying off the shelves, is going to be amplified tenfold. It's going to be 10 times worse. And I think it is something that should be discussed, and alternative ways to go about it, especially right now. It's spring.
Did you happen to see that Walmart, Costco, and Kroger's was going to start limiting items?
Yep, I called that about 4 weeks ago that was going to happen, and it's been slowly happening with certain items. But yeah, it's going to go back to like it was during the pandemic. You can only buy 4 cans of this. I mean, like I said, I do a lot of my canned goods and stuff. I'll go to like Aldi's. It's still cheap. And
one of my friends,
Aldi's was right on top of it. They were limited. You can only buy 4 cans of this, 2 cans of this, 1 thing of this. So you couldn't stock up. And it's designed. If you can't stock up, it puts a need for you to have to come back, or for you to stretch things out. It actually causes psychological
mind
effects.
fuck.
Yeah, it's a mind fuck. It's psychological at that. It further adds to depression, makes you worry and stress. Well, we got to stretch this out. We can't, we got to cut our meals in half, or you can't get seconds. And it's going to come to that. If it's a severe food shortage, it is going to come to that. People look at me, well, I'm living by myself, of course. That's a lot of beef stew, right? Well, that's like 3 or 4 and 5 meals for the rest of the week. Then I can add some pasta, switch it up, and stretch it out. I mean, I've got my meals for the next 4 to 5 days, which is, for me, works great, because I don't really have time to cook when I get home. 2-hour commute. So when I get home, I want something quick, or something I can warm up, eat, go to bed, so I can get at least 6 hours sleep before I got to turn around and make the commute back to work. But it also stretches it out. And as long as I'm eating healthy, that's quite healthy, because it's all fresh vegetables. I'm a firm believer of fresh veggies. Especially, I love around harvest time. I go to the local mom and pop farmers that vendor their stuff right at their house, buy nothing but fresh produce. This year, still planning on, I'm going to be working on some greenhouses at my parents' house, because they got the property for it. And that's going to be a future investment, because whatever I plant now, I'm not going to be able to harvest till fall anyway. But here's the lovely part about having a greenhouse. Once I harvest, I'll be able to replant. In fact, the month before harvest, I already have stuff going in my dad's arrow gardens ready to be transplanted over, so I can get a quicker harvest during the winter. I will have sustainable vegetables and food, herbs and stuff, for that I don't have to rely on the supermarket. Yes, I'm still going to have to go because, that's not going to cover everything, but it's a chance to stockpile, chance to can some of it up, have fresh vegetables in the winter, not have to rely on getting my vegetables all the time at the supermarket. Do I actually have enough room on that property to build a decent sized, a huge greenhouse if I wanted to? But it goes back, can I afford it? No,
Less than a
but
minute.
I can afford smaller ones. I can build 2 or 3 small ones, or decent sized ones, and that's what people don't get. It's so cheap. Well, price of lumber's went up, so it's not that cheap anymore, but it's still cheap. It's an investment that's worth it. And you can still have your outside garden. And we're back. Like I said, at every hour market, it will cut off. But, it's a perfect segue into what I was just kind of rambling on about. I do want to get into the food crisis and food shortage stuff because that's, I feel, something right now that is very important to discuss and talk about. And what things we can do to kind of not be so reliant on having to go to the grocery stores. And there's a lot. I mean, fishing season's kicking full swing in right now. Once we start reaching 65-degree weather, the bass will be spawning in their beds. Perfect fishing time. You can freeze dry. You can even can fish. I mean, it's putting that meat up now. Because granted, most of us not going to eat a bunch of fish in one. Now, I like fish, but you get burnt out on fish quick.
Well,
but there's other seasons in hunting. Now's the time.
There's so many things that people can do besides just hunting, and there's fishing, there's
foraging, wild berries,
and that is, so many people don't know how to do that. And that's sad that more people don't know how to do that. But it is what it is, and it's very area specific.
Yes.
My sister over in the UK, I was like, you need to get a book for your area, for your region. What kind of things do you have in your AO that you can harvest so that you can without
poisoning yourself and killing yourself?
Well, there is that, but or go and pick the wrong things and then spend the next 18 hours, and we won't say who picked the wrong things, and I have to put it in that way, pick the wrong things and then spend the next 18 hours tripping your tits off.
Gotta love those magic mushrooms. Never a dull moment.
Yeah, but 18 hours?
Man, could you imagine some VR glasses and the metaverse? Also shrooms? Oh, wait, that's a whole nother conversation.
Could you imagine with like an Oculus and those things?
You wouldn't. No, I'm not. We're not going down that road because that's something I am going to do. I am going to do a podcast on the metaverse, the Oculus.
I mean, could you imagine? Just oh my fuck, we thought that that this World Wide Web is scary enough.
Oh no, it's about to get scarier.
Yeah,
have anybody? When you go to log onto Facebook now, you know what the new name of it is?
It's funny. I don't
Meta.
ever I sign out. I never sign out because I do most of my stuff from mobile.
Mhm.
And when I open the app, I don't even have to. You don't even have to log out.
No,
You
I
open
never.
the
I'm
app,
always logged in.
and it says straight up, Meta.
Yep. It don't say Facebook no more. It says, well, it's still it's still got the Facebook logo and stuff, but its branding now is Meta.
And it does the same thing for Insta as
I haven't been
well.
over in Instagram in forever.
It does the same thing over on Instafuck. Um, it's weird. And it was really, for those people who don't think that your phones don't track you.
Oh my God.
Um, don't even get me started. I had put something on my calendar. God, about 8 months ago, and I leave to go anywhere. I get a reminder. This is just to give you all an idea. I go anywhere. It doesn't matter what day of the week it is or what time of the day it is. A reminder pops up on my phone as to the exact road that I need to take to go home.
Oh, I get a reminder every day for work,
Um,
along with the time it's going to take and traffic delays.
Now, I mean, this tells me how to go, the exact directions to go home. It doesn't say to go here. It says to go home,
Yep.
not to go to work.
No,
Not,
mine's from home to work. Then from when it's time to go home, it says home.
I mean,
That's Google
and
for
people don't.
mine. And
Yeah, for me too. It's from Google as well. So don't think for a minute that now I and to be clear, for public um disclosure, I'm not on Android. I am on Apple. Uh, and if it's doing that on Apple, imagine what it's doing on Samsung.
yeah, I know. I have Samsung.
So don't think, and if people are looking at, oh, the Google phone is better, um,
No, it's worse. My mom even said that.
it tracks um absolutely everything, and there's no absolutely no way to the moment you put anything on it, if you utilize Google Maps once,
You're
uh
done.
yep, you're and there's no way to
There
terminate
is
it.
no opt out. In
No.
fact, I think sometime last year, I showed everybody my email notification I get every month now from Google Maps, and it literally shows everywhere I've been, everywhere I've stopped. I mean, I can go and access it, and when I get my internet back up, I will re-show this so you guys can see how bad your phones are tracking you. Even when I've got the damn fucking tracker turned off, it still says I was at such and such location on this date, and I'm like, that's impossible because I had the tracker turned off. So much for impossible. I should say improbable because everything's possible these days. Which I'm sure somebody will make me eat my words on that one later. On other discussions, the topics we get into, but hey, so I'm sorry, you still can't change your DNA. Still improbable at this time. But anywho, on better subjects, and not echo chamber subject, because that's an echo chamber subject, and I'm like staying out of the echo chamber as much as possible. Food shortages. What is it going to be like? Honestly, this is one of those where I would love to have an audience and actually do what would you do scenario, because I've actually got a podcast that I haven't done yet that I've been wanting to do for a while, but I want to get a group of people. And this would be kind of like I don't know, you kind of role play scenarios out. What would you do? Because those are very educational. We used to do
I
it on a
love
website.
those. I
We used
I
to do it.
love them.
We used to do it on a website. We had
Yeah.
a little survival group on a. Actually, what was it? It was Keepers of the Realms. It was a friend of mine's website and one of my websites. We merged them together, so it was a hodgepodge of a bunch of stuff. Literally, every niche was in that spot because it was, took what I was into at the time and what she was into, and we just started creating our groups based on our interests, the things we were into, we liked, the things we wanted to learn about, and we got people. It was really engaging, and we did a what would you do, and we created a scenario. It was so educational. People started getting involved. We started learning things that we didn't know, like the Good Samaritan Acts, where you could actually be liable and charged with a crime for helping a person in need that most people didn't know, because certain states don't have a Good Samaritan Act. Then it kind of changed the perspective of things, and it does. It changes your perspective and way of thinking. Okay, I mean, yes, I want to help, but at the same point, well, just like state of Ohio and I think state of Indiana, if you see an accident and you're there, you're not to leave. By leaving, you can get charged with leaving the scene of a crime, even though there's not really a crime committed, but your testimony is needed, your written statement is needed. But you're not allowed, like in the state of Ohio, you're not allowed to help them, or if you do, you're helping them at your own risk of being sued by them or prosecuted criminally if they die or serious injuries, which really can't be proven it was you, but there's not much leeway for proving your innocence there because you moved them, so potentially you could have caused further harm. Or you weren't properly medically trained, which I am. I'm got certifications in first aid and other things, but that don't really mean shit because I am not a doctor. I'm not an EMT, so therefore I don't follow under their protections that they get. I still follow under a Good Samaritan clause. Those are stuff some of us didn't know. We learned and we went back and researched. So topics like this is good. It's great. What would you do in a situation of what's looming a potential very severe food shortage? I mean, we got a glimpse of it during the pandemic, during the lockdowns, how toilet paper just went off the shelf. Food, we've seen all these empty grocery stores. And it took weeks for them to put some of the stuff back. As we stated earlier, they put limits on how much you can buy. They put limits on paper. If you went and bought a paper towel and a toilet paper, you couldn't get 2 paper towels and a toilet paper. You could either get 2 paper towels or 2 things of toilet paper and not the other. Or you got one of each. You couldn't get. Nope, that's how strict they were. It was all paper items and included paper plates. That's how ridiculous it got. I mean, there's 2 ways to look at it. It's stopping the shit from going off the shelves, but it's also stopping you from common sense. Toilet paper and paper towels, yes, they could both be used to wipe your ass, but they have 2 different usages. Paper towels are cleaning up messes, cleaning your windows, whatnot. Although best thing to clean your windows either your coffee paper or Actual newspapers work great cleaning windows, better than paper towels. But they have two different usages. But in break glass case scenario, both will wipe your ass just fine. But I mean, that's how ridiculous it got. Oh, you can only get 1 can of pasta sauce, 2 cans of mushrooms, or 2 cans of chili. Then we witnessed a little bit. I mean, it was picture, if you will, Black Fridays. Except for Black Friday will be every day going to the grocery store. You'll get a notification they got this in stock. So you're going to rush to the grocery store to hopefully get this product that they got in stock that they haven't had for 2 weeks. Well, then there's going to be a bunch of other people got the same notification. Tempers are going to rise. You're going to see fights, people arguing. It brings out the worst in people, especially when the shortages with stuff that most people consider day-to-day need items: meat, milk, eggs,
bottled water.
Yeah, like where I live, bottled water is a necessity
Same my
because
area.
the tap water, oh no, it'll put you on the shitter.
Yeah.
No, it's got way too much iron in it, so it's not good to drink. I learned that lesson the first month I was here. As soon as I switched over to bottled water, perfect, fine, back to healthy. Boiling it don't even work. I mean, literally, when I wash my dishes, like my crock pot, it'll leave that white stain on it from the water being so hard. Nothing I can do, but I rent. So, although if my water bill gets any more ridiculous than what it was last month, which yeah, that was like the perk of living here. The water bill was only like ever $14 every month. It's like, well, I can afford my water bill. The only thing it's good for is washing, showering, and not really good for showering. Better buy lotion and doing laundry. But other than that, well, at least I'm not paying that much. Good. Because I mean, boiling it didn't even work.
Speaking of something to drink, I got to go refuel my coffee cup. I'll be back in a minute.
All right. Those are the things we didn't talk about. In fact, I've actually asked my dad, because I know they switched from the 5-gallon water, because they got that water machine thing. Go buy your water, fill up your 5-gallon or 3-gallon jug. I actually asked him if I could get the 2 of the 5-gallon ones he's got set in the house drawer that we use for storage, because they don't use them because it's just too much weight for them to lift. That way I've got backup water, because quite frankly, buying bottled water gets expensive after a while, especially with prices going up. I mean, damn. Something that's technically should be most part free. They charge you out the ass, charging you out the ass now for a bottle of water. But let's look at it. Every time we have, like during the winter, we have major snowstorms coming in. What's the first thing that's gone? Water. Next thing is gone, bread, milk, the basic necessities. That's what we're talking about. Because that's what's going to be off the shelves. Your survival foods, they're going to be off the shelves, or priced so high you can't afford them. So if you haven't got those by now, I suggest you or go to Amazon and order a few months supply. That's great for backup. It's great to open one of them and add your fresh vegetables that you've got put away, or your canned goods, to stretch out your food. Opening up a can from your canned goods, adding with some fresh stuff. One of your rations from whatever food supply that you have for storage. It allows you to stretch things out. When we get to a food shortage, because none of us have ever experienced what's coming. The closest thing anybody here in the United States experienced it was during the, oh shit. See, before my time, and I've forgotten my history a little bit. Or I've had too much to drink, and I don't think it's a drink. So, Depression, that's it. The Great Depression. We could see things as bad as it was then or worse now? I'd say worse because we're so addicted to certain things. We're addicted to our coffees. We're addicted to non-GMOs, organic foods. Those are going to be some of those things that's going to be so pricey or not in stock. Probably not in stock because all of our organic foods come from farms that don't use GMOs and other additive chemicals in their growing. So that price is going to skyrocket. It's going to be harder to get and find. People are not going to know what to do. They proved it during the pandemic. Fear is the ultimate tool. And they keep talking about food shortages, but yet, is it affecting the rich? No. They're still going to have their provisions, their food. They're still going to be eating their steak dinners while they're laughing at us, who's serving their food. And probably leaving a shitty tip, if any, because a lot of them got their noses so high in the air they can't think about people that they look under. I mean, it's sickening, it's ridiculous. But yet we keep putting these people in office. We keep worshiping these people as celebrities, as athletes. Don't get me wrong. There's a few good people out there. There's a few good celebrities out there that are about their thing, that are vocal, even at the risk of not getting future unemployment. But there's many that are so scared of losing that, they just prostitute themselves out and say whatever they're told to say for the money. Might not be their view or opinion, but they'll take the money. Well, that makes them a prostitute. Makes them worse than a prostitute, actually. So what would you do in the case of an upcoming food shortage? What's the farmers going to do? Farmers, yes, they got other ways to fertilize their stuff, but they got to rely on cattle farms, horse farms, chicken farms. Well, you can't use the chicken feces if the chickens are going through bird flu. Can't use swine feces if the swines are going through a swine flu, mad cow disease, which we've seen pop up here in the United States this year. To compound already problematic problems that are going on with farming, which is going to be more problematic for us, the consumer, who relies on that meat, that poultry, that grain. What are you going to do? How are you going to react when you go to the grocery store and you got people arguing, fighting over a bag of coffee, a carton of eggs, a slab of meat? What are you going to do when that 1 pound thing of ground beef is now $25? Or I buy 5 pound rolls of meat, which when I was started buying it was ideal. It lasts the whole month. Paying 15, $20. Cool. Well, I went from 15 to 20. Then the last time I bought one, it was like $32 for a 5 pound roll of meat, log of meat. Granted, I've got my last log pulled out of the freezer, or last pound pulled out the freezer, and the refrigerator's thawing, so I can make spaghetti or chili or something later in the week. But now to replace that, well, it was like, 3 weeks ago when I bought it, and it cost me $32. Is it going to be $40 or $50 next time I go to buy it? Am I going to be able to afford to buy a 5 pound log of meat for 50, 30, 50, $40? Or am I going to settle for a 1 pound at 20 that basically I cut it in half, I get 2 meals out of? See what I'm saying? We're going to be forced to think, how are we going to ration this? How are we going to make it last? I could cut it up into quarters and get four meals out of it with less meat. Yeah, I could do that. Might come a time where I'll have to do that because I can't afford it. or all they had was that, and I just happened to be lucky enough to get that, and I might have to argue with somebody, or somebody might want to fight because it's the last thing I meet. Are you guys seriously thinking about these things? I
I
know you
don't.
don't want. I know you don't want to. I know you rather get caught up in what's going on elsewhere, what's going on over Ukraine. But let's look at all the money that's went to Ukraine this week. Another 800 million. I mean, what we're almost to 2 billion now. With that 800, I think it puts us over 2 billion in aid that in the last month we've sent to Ukraine.
More than that.
Rough math is what I figure it's over 2 billion by now, because it seems like every week they're sending more money to Ukraine, whether it be 300 million. And yeah, I think the original give me was like 1 point something billion.
1.5
billion. Then we've added that I know of. We added 80 million for this, 300 million, 400 million, 800 million, and there was a couple more millions in between. And that's not counting the weapons and assets that we've given them, the technology that we've given them, because that's not the cash that we've given them. We've given them cash and as aid, along with all this other stuff. But yet we got people that's starving. We got people that are homeless. We got people that's not getting by, not making ends meet. Here in the United States, we got prices at the grocery store going up daily. At least the prices at the pump in my areas have stopped going up. Haven't come down much, but they've stopped going up. They're still ridiculously high, unaffordable, really. Which just adds to what's happening at our grocery stores. Prices are going to go up because the price of gas is up. Costs more to deliver it. So therefore, and it's just a revolving door. It keeps going back. You go all the way to the farmer who's got to charge more for their product because they got to be able to cover their expenses for gas, for fertilizer, for harvesting. So therefore, they charge more. Then the company that trucks it and ships it to the distributor charges more. Now the distributor charges more to where they're going to be distributing it to. Then they got to add in the cost for their people they hired to truck the produce to the stores. That's why you're feeling such a price hike, because it's a revolving domino that goes clear back to the farmer and up. Each step it increases, and it gets increased because the next person's got to increase it to pay his people.
It was like I went out to the store yesterday, and on a tip that my mousetrap food was going to go up.
Oh, I bet.
And what took so long for me coming back was I had a 5-month-old mousetrap that was trying to help me do everything.
Yeah, well, wait, you got cats. I don't want to hear it.
Well, you have to do something to augment their, we always used to hear that if you have cats, the mouse will never come in the house, correct?
Yeah, that's a lie.
I have now a baker's dozen. And
now the mouse just gets smarter.
Yeah, no, the cats just get more stupid. My mama cat, my oldest one, she actually feeds the mouse, and she waits till the mouse gets bigger and more chunky, and then she eats them.
Well, okay, so the cat's evolved. It's got smart. That's not stupid. I mean, let's fatten up our meal for a bit. Unfortunately, that's not what the pet owner wants. We want our little mouse problem to go away permanently.
Yeah. So
not for you to fatten them up.
I have 2 little female mouse traps. And the cost and they're only 5 months old. And they've already caught one mouse. The only problem is they want to play with it.
Oh yeah, then there's that.
Instead of catch, kill, eat.
Or dispose of, not on my lap. I have
Oh,
actually had a cat that would do that, would kill them and bring it to you, wanting a treat.
oh,
Like,
mine,
you got a fucking treat in your mouth. Go away and drop it in your lap.
mine, I have one that will catch the mouse,
Wonder why I prefer dogs.
refuses to kill it, dives under the covers, the same set of covers that I would be occupying in the bed,
Oh, it's a dead cat.
and then releases said mouse under the covers while I'm in that bed. Rodent control device failure. Epic fail.
Well, that's the other thing. I mean, yep, make sure your guys' stuff is properly stored.
Yeah.
Of course, as I have learned,
Glue boards don't work either.
nothing works. These fuckers eat through fucking plastic Tupperware to get to the shit. I mean, granted, my mouse problem seems to be a simple solution. Just leave a thing of ramen noodles out, and they'll leave everything alone. These things are pasta fanatics. Literally, they don't touch anything but the pasta.
They must be
And whatever container it's in, they'll eat through. Literally, don't care what it is. Man, I've ran out of mouse traps. I went from stickies to actual mouse traps. Don't got enough. That's why I'm glad it once warm up. As soon as it warms up, you don't see a single one. It's like, Jesus, God, go away. Leave my food alone. I can't afford to be buying it to feed multiple.
I'm laughing with you. I'm laughing with you.
There's the other issue. They get into your fucking put away items, and I mean they chew through fucking. They'll chew. I've got canned goods that I've seen them. Their little teeth marks on. It's like for real.
And you know what's funny? The mice here, they're bypassing the ramen noodles completely. They go after the elbow macaroni.
Yep.
The lasagna.
Yep.
I even found one in the most unlikely place. Somehow it managed to get into the refrigerator. I opened the refrigerator and the mouse jumped out at me.
Well, yeah, they can get in they can squeeze through a hole the size of a penny. I mean, nothing's safe.
And I'm like, how the hell? What were you running from? And it was rather funny because I had my mama cat sitting on my shoulder when I opened the fridge. Yeah, that mouse didn't get very far.
I've even seen them get in ammo cans. And it's like, how? These things. Well, yeah, they die instantly because, I mean, they suffocate in there because the seal that they squeeze through seals back shut. But it's like, that, especially now, mice problem is a problem. You're getting into food that I already can't afford to be replacing. There's no safe place to put it.
I even had one eat through I had some black powder in a food saver bag. It ate through the food saver bag and then started eating on the black powder can.
So I mean, it goes to, yeah, it's good to have storage of food, but if you got a mouse problem, a rodent problem, you got a problem. Your food storage ain't safe. They will chew through anything. So I mean, that just compounds the problem. And these are things that nobody talks about. I've heard all these preppers talk about all these food storages that they've got, provisions put away. Yeah, except for if it's in a plastic container, a mouse will chew through it.
The funniest thing I discovered in going through my preps and whatnot, I actually had mice go through, and you're gonna love this, ate an entire box of Benadryl.
Oh my god. Well, they'll literally eat anything. Oh wait, I know something they don't eat. They have not touched any of my fucking coffee. None, not even a tooth mark.
Lucky
It's like
fucker.
it's like they avoid the coffee like it has the plague.
Lucky fucker. Not here.
So I'm thankful for that. I've got plenty of coffee because I haven't been drinking it. Mainly because, well, it's a waste of a bottle of water to make coffee when I need the water to drink.
They ate a bag of my coffee, and it wasn't just cheap coffee. They ate a bag of my Puerto Rican coffee.
Ooh.
It ended up creating some high octane mice. Let me tell you.
Because I ain't gonna lie, they get in my coffee, or they get into my liquor, or my tobacco.
It's war.
It's more than war. I will call a exterminator. I will fork out money I don't have to eliminate the pesky problem. You guys, people think, well, that's fucked up. You won't do that for your food for physicians? Not really, because technically I can't afford it. But you get into that, that's just all out war. I'm sorry. I mean, it's all out war right now with the problem I've got because, well, now it seems to get lesser with the more warm. But as soon as it gets cold, they come right back in. And it's like
you brought up something very interesting, and it just hit me like a brick of not an individual, but an entire brick of ramens. 5 years ago, you could pick up a pack of ramen noodles for between 17 and 30 cents a pack.
Yep. I remember when they used to be 9 cents.
Yep. And now they're 35 to 55.
What that? Last 2 cases of ramens I bought cost me about $10. So basically $5 a case.
But it's when you stop and think about it, a lot of people. Sorry, I'm sucking my dessert too. A lot of people like to say, well, when the food gets really tight in this country, we're just gonna shut the food off to the prison system because the inmates don't need it. They're fat enough off the ramen noodles. And what?
But they can't afford the ramen noodles.
Yeah, now, right?
Well, see, that's the other misconception I don't think people understand about prison food, prison inmates, and they get fed worse than they get fed the bare minimum of the calorie diet, and that calorie diet is considered for all 3 meals.
All right, I'm going to throw something at you that you probably have heard in different.
Then let me finish. Then for commissary, they get state pay. Well, their state pay is like $12 or 18 or 20, no more than that. So if somebody ain't sending them money in, it's even worse
by the state.
Or yes, we get garnished by the state. If you got child support, which you're in prison, you got back child support. Or fines and restitution, state garnishes it. So therefore, that little state pay of $18, Well, no, the maximum they got to give them is $7. Well, that was figured because inflation affects them too. They got to buy their hygiene. After the hygiene's bought, what's that leave them from? Most prisons you can't smoke in anymore, so they're not getting all that commissary you think they are, unless they got money, people sending them money. And somebody does a long sentence, eventually the people is going to not be sending them money, or they get hustles and learn how to make money on their own by running stores or whatever sham that they're doing. See, like I said, there's no education in the prison system. It's only education they get is to become better criminals at the only trade that they can learn, because they took all the trade skills out of the prison systems. They took all the education out of the prison systems. And well, we'll just starve the prisoners. Well, I have a problem with that, because some of those prisoners are in there for BS that shouldn't be in there. Because they'll just throw them in there because it's a multi-billion-dollar corporation and they make money off them, and that's why it's such a revolving door. Why criminals keep going back, because it's designed. The quicker they can violate them, the quicker the state can make more money. It is one of the most corrupt, broken systems in this country that is ran by the rich, making money off what we consider criminals, which become victims of a much larger problem. Yes, some criminals deserve to be in there. I'll never argue that. You commit a crime, you deserve to do the time. Period. But they deserve a chance to be educated so they don't repeat those crimes, because many of these criminals that go in there are in the low-end projects, ghettos, whatever you want to call it, hoods, community projects, that is designed to keep them there. That is designed to give them no other opportunities. I'm tired of hearing prison reform and criminal reform when their only solutions is to compound on their already existing problems that make them their money. Not fix the system, not bring education into the system, teach them to be something other than a criminal. Then they get out, they find it's hard to find jobs because nobody wants to hire a convict, regardless of the crime. So what is their only other course of action? Because you only got so much time while on probation to get a job, or while on parole to get a job, or you'll get violated and sent back for not having a job. No, nobody wants to talk about this. We just want to talk about putting them away and locking them up and forgetting about them. Or when it comes to food shortages, let's cut off their food. They're getting fat off ramen noodles. Well, that's not the case. But nobody knows that because nobody wants to talk about it. It's a taboo subject that, oh, well, they deserve to be there. There goes back to what I said in the previous hour about being judgmental. Not forgiving somebody, give them the opportunity to better themselves. One of the other worst things to ever happen to this country is businesses becoming private, to where they don't have to abide by constitutional laws, don't have to abide by Bill of Rights, because we're private. We can do what we want. We make our rules on a regular. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. Regulations. And be damned to anybody that wants to question it. Walmart does it all the time. Walmart's almost as guilty as China for slave labor. You're going to be downright technical, what it? Spade's a spade. The same practices apply. Oh, we don't want to give our employees 40 hours. We don't want them working 40 hours because then we got to treat them as full time, or we got to pay them benefits. It's a problem. biggest problem. This deals with the food shortage and many shortages and issues we have. We don't make shit here anymore. We don't make our own stuff. We don't make our own fertilizer. We're so dependent on other countries. We don't make the medicine we take. This thing of pills was probably made in India or made here in the United States by an India or China or Pakistan company. There's our issue. Our automotive industry rather buy inferior, rejected steel from China than buy from American steel companies because it's cheaper. Or they rather have their bigger plants in other countries, build the cars there, import them back here because it's cheaper to pay a foreigner to make their product. But yet we buy their product. Why? Because we have to have a vehicle, we have to have transportation, so therefore we'll buy it and ignore the problem. Many of these new cars and vehicles rely on these stupid chips that, guess what, we don't make. We need to get back to making our own crap. And it is crap. Because 90% of the stuff we buy, we don't need. It's not a needed item, it's a want. Things we do need, we need to start making it here. We need our own medications made here, regulated here. We need our own clothing made here. We need our food and stuff made here. We need the farm implements, the tractors, the plows, the discs, the tillers made here with American steel. We need our engine parts made here with American aluminum, steel, cast iron. Our tools made here. We can create multiple and unimaginable, unthinkable job opportunities if we just start making our own shit here. We need to bring back our mom and pops and stop relying on private businesses who doesn't respect our Constitution, who doesn't respect our Bill of Rights, who doesn't respect you as a citizen in the United States. We're private, so we make our own rules. Well, fuck you. Create your own. Make your own clothing. Sell it. Grow your own produce. Sell it. Oh, wait. You can't even sell lemonade in some states without having a license from the state. Yeah, well, guess what? Who made that law? Oh, that's right, the politicians that we've elected in office. So let's change that. Let's put the everyday citizen who has kids that's going to sell lemonade that thinks it's ridiculous to have a license to sell lemonade or sell vegetables that they grew in their garden. That's how we start making change. But it starts by not going to our primaries, not electing these idiots that keep making these laws, that support these laws, that restrict what we can do in our own country, what we can make. Nope, they'd rather have you buying a product that's been imported from China, Taiwan, Iran, India, anywhere but here. We got to change that. How do we change that? Well, food shortage is probably one of the best ways to start. Well, fine. I might have to suffer through this summer. But I tell you what, come harvest time, I'm going to have my own vegetables. Come hunting season, I'm going to have my own meats. I'm going to have some grain. Why? Because I'm going to grow some. Not much, but a little bit. Enough to subside the cost. You know what? Then I'm going to work with other people in my community and barter for the things that I don't have. Oh, you need this, I need that. You know what? It ain't too late to start rebuilding general stores. fuck the Dollar General. Let's create a general store for the public, for our community. Yes, I know there's a bunch of red tape you got to go through because the governments don't want that. The state's government doesn't want that. They don't want you succeeding. They don't want you creating businesses. That's why they make it so hard to get a business loan. That's why they tell you you're expected to fail within 4 years. But they'll give you that loan so you're in debt. No, we can start making changes. When we face catastrophe, pandemics, food shortages, we can make changes and overcome. We just got to be willing to do it. Well, I got to work 2 jobs now. I don't have the time. Yep, that's designed that way so you don't have the time to grow your own garden. Tell you what, you got kids, well, they can work that garden. They can pull the weeds. I did it when I was a kid. I hoed my garden, my grandfather's garden, my dad's garden. I picked the weeds. I watered it. That was part of our chores. Oh, wait, if you're giving your kids chores, you're abusing your child. Who made that rule? Fuck you. You have no say in my kids or my children's lives. It's time we take that back too. Long overdue we take that back. That ain't child abuse. That's teaching our kids the value of work, a hard day's work. That's actually making them healthier because they're getting exercise. Yes, it takes a family to support a garden because it takes more than people. It takes a mom and dad working to pay the bills. So somebody's got to supplement. No, when I get a little free time, I'm going to go out there and weed that garden. On the weekends, I'm going to weed that garden, make sure it's good to go. Or help family get together. Let's build a greenhouse. Let's build a community greenhouse. And there's a lot of places I've seen over the years create a community gardens and greenhouses. And people in the community come in and tend to it. We need to start doing those things. More so now than ever. You know, perfect time to have a food shortage because it's planting season. They know it's going to affect the people the most. It is a fear propaganda campaign. If you guys haven't figured out, they're going to make you scared. They're going to make you try to hold on or spend your money as fast as you get it before the price goes up the following week. Or whatever you saved up, you can't, it went up. So now what you saved up is not enough to get it. You see what I'm getting at? It's a created catastrophe. It's created by the people we've elected in offices, both state and federal. It's created by these privatized companies that have gotten so big that they think they control the markets. They don't. We control the markets. We control by buying there. We control them by not creating our own community stores, our general stores. We got to make changes. We got to quit relying on a government that, oh, here's a stimulus package. Here's this aid we're going to give you. Don't worry. It's free. Yes, it was free. Come tax time, they got it back. So it wasn't free. It wasn't given to you at face value. It was given to you, oh, we're going to collect it off you when you need it the most. And most people this year needed it the most. Most people last year needed it the most. But oh no, that money we gave you in December came right out of your income tax. A little $600 joke that they gave you. And people wake up. What would you do? We're facing a crisis now that we have not seen since the Great Depression. That may be worse than the Great Depression. What are you going to do? Are you just going to keep going and spending money that you can't afford to spend on increasing food prices? Because they're going to go up. Mark my words. Then it's going to be a shortage because there's not enough produce to go around because we got farmers being paid not to farm. And that's let's keep it real, that's very enticing right now because can't afford fertilizer. Price of diesels went up. So it's going to cost me more to plant this garden than what you're going to give or plant this field. These fields, because most farmers own multiple fields, and you're going to give me this, which is probably more than I'll make this year, and reselling it, I think I'll set this year out. And there'll be a lot of farmers that will, because the debt that would increase, that they will incur trying to till those fields, plant that crop, will be more than what they'll make at the end of the year on the return from harvest. Then the unpredictable, the weather, and it's been very unpredictable.
Oh yeah, we're going to talk about that.
One bad storm and one bad flooding, crop gone, lost. Farmer lost everything. Well, that just adds to the shortage, and we can't predict that. We just know it happens. It will happen eventually. It might not be this year. We might survive this year, but it'll probably happen next year. Or a wildfire comes along. Or, we got these wild hogs that will tear up a field.
And that let me touch on that here real quick. I seen a video early this week. I think it was midweek that I saw the video. That it was something that John Rich said. Somebody breaks into you.
That was an interesting podcast. I've always liked Big and Rich.
Yep.
Music. I'm not a big country fan, but I loved their music growing up, and it was enlightening to hear the things he had to say. That was one of the better Tim Cass.
Yeah, I was very. It took me a little bit to get through that video, but he brought up some very interesting points here, and I think it's worth re-echoing here. Somebody breaks into your house, and are you going to use something that has a capacity of 7 rounds, or are you going to use something that has a capacity for that you can use in your house to protect your house and your family, and then go out and for those that have been wild boar hunting, 7 rounds is not going to be enough, I assure you, to take down a couple, 3-4 wild hogs. Are you going to use that tool that allows you to have a multiplicity, a standard capacity 30, or are you going to use something that can only hold 7 to 10? What are you going to use? I think I'm going to go for a standard capacity. Just saying, and know that the tool that I'm going to use is going to be effective in hog hunting, but yet it's not. It is very unlikely that it is going to get much farther than these walls that are being made and manufactured off site these days. If you're in a stick built house, that particular shell probably isn't going to penetrate an outside wall, load bearing wall. It just isn't. Any load bearing wall, it probably isn't going to go through. And I have a bit of construction experience, and whereas some of these interior walls, maybe, but because I do live in an area that we have a issue of hogs, and it's becoming a bigger issue every year, and there's not enough people that are actually out there trying to eliminate that problem. So that that becomes a very serious issue. Now, I have been uh, wild boar hunting in the southern states, and let me tell you, um, if people think that a 5.56 shell is going to stop a wild boar, um,
Ah,
it
that's a good joke.
that's like taking a BB gun to a fight with Goliath.
Well,
Just
I mean,
saying.
technically, look at the head. Look at the head on a 5.56. It is nothing more than a head of a
It,
22.
it is a 22 on crack. That's all it is.
Yep.
Um, and so it's just not gonna happen. Um, and so you're gonna have to go to um, like an AR-10 type platform in order for uh, you to be very effective while boar hunting. But the general premise that
Well,
uh,
you go to an AR-10 though, then you're going to you got to be at a closer range, which you don't want to be at close range with a boar.
no, I've actually went wild boar hunting with an AR-10, 308, and 308. You can be 700-800 yards.
Let me get something on. Well, get my definitions correct here. The difference between an AR-10 and an AR-15 is actually the length of the barrel, correct?
Well, AR-10, you have a
AR-10 is a
much
shorter barrel than an AR-15.
no, not necessarily. You have
Okay, then.
a wider gamut of calibers. You have 308.
Well, I mean, AR-15s and 308s too. That's what I'm trying to. I was
Um,
always in the interpretation that the difference between AR-10 and AR-15 was the barrel length.
no, AR-10s. Come on. Um, the You can get shorter barrel lengths in the AR-10. Yeah, that's true. But you tend to get more caliber choices in an AR-10 platform. Uh, and you can get 7.62, which is a cut down of a 308.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's a lot more avenues open.
Well, it's just like when it comes to the AR platforms. If I'm buying an AR, I'm buying the ones that can take 5.56 2.23.
Well, and you can go. The neat thing about the AR platform is you can go. That's three calibers in one. You 5.56, 2.23, and 22. Um, and they're all the same bullet diameters, just that very different variable speeds. And let's just cut to the chase on that one. That mystery's just been solved. Um, once uh, supersonic and the others are subsonic. Um, you go from 1,200 feet per second all the way out to uh, 3,000, 3,100, depending upon your grain. But you get into an AR-10, 308, 7.62. Now you're talking a much bigger chunk of lead out there. And yeah, you can get different barrel lengths that are then in play. But the biggest thing is your flash suppressor is then there. A lot of people don't. They think the AR-10 is the best platform because you do have barrel length, but unless you're doing cool kid stuff, you don't need a SBR. Let's just be real. Unless you are doing cool kid stuff, you don't need an AR anything shorter than a 16-inch barrel. Let's just be real. Um, if you're a door kicker, perhaps, but that falls into the line of cool kid stuff. And vast majority of people don't do that sort of stuff for a living. or they're not very proficient at it. Um, Now I've watched people break their ankles and their tib fib trying to kick a door open, and it's kind of funny. But I AR-10s, unless and there is a plethora of AR or AK knockoffs out there that do you really need um to be going into that genre of SBR? Seriously? I had somebody ask me this week at a phone call what my thought was of SBRs or carbines. And I says, depends on caliber, depends on intent. Is
No,
it
it goes back to what we said originally. It's a tool. Every tool has a use and purpose. What's your purpose for? Is it for hunting, self-defense, home defense,
and that
property
was
defense? Let's take it one step farther. Nobody really talks about property defense.
right.
If you got acreage and you got a nice long drive or something, you're going to want something that's got a little bit more range than your pistol
Well,
or
this
your.
person was he's a little bit older than me. He's in his we'll say he's over the age of 55, but he's not over 70. Let's just go there. Um and he lives in a less than ideal housing similar to yours, and he's very concerned about uh his neighbors. And I was like, okay, in that situation, probably the most common in a situation like that would be like a sub 2K or a shotgun. But and that is for home defense. Most people don't need any. You're making me dizzy there. um, you don't need anything more than a shotgun for home defense. Um, for property protection, you shouldn't need anything more. In all seriousness, in most cases, than a shoddy, or as I sometimes call it, a snotty. But there are those rare occasions where something like an SKS or an AK that is not that long. I think its overall length is 20 inches. Well, guess what? Most shotguns overall length is 24. Um, so you really don't need a whole lot. Damn, that looks fucking good. I can almost taste that.
Oh my God, it tastes fucking amazing.
You're making me drool, son.
I'm making myself drool, and I still got another 2 hours before that's even ready.
Yeah, that shit ain't gonna make it 2 hours. I'm telling you.
No, it's not. Why
But
do I got so dark in here?
um, it's my thought is very simple, and I deal with weapons a fair bit. Um, do we if you're in a concrete jungle, number one, if that is a situation, then you probably need to think about if protecting house and property is going to be an issue. You probably should think about a alternative location and how you're going to get there before the kitty litter hits the air circulation device. Just saying. And second of all, if um, bugging out isn't an option, well, somewhere along the line, you probably made some pretty elaborate decision fuck ups in your decision making, and I realizing that I do a lot in the what would you do if situation. I get asked those scenario based questions quite frequently, and I rather like those because it makes me stop and think, and then I have to ask people, how do you want me to answer this question? Are you going to ask me as a civilian? How are you going to ask me? You brought up the property defense, home defense situation. How do you want me to answer that question? I mean, you know what I do and whatnot. How do you want me to answer that? I guess is probably the question. John Q. Public or otherwise?
Well, answer it honestly.
For me, home defense means pretty much to say whether it's John Q. Public or otherwise, my home, it is my castle. It is the house in which the rock has been formed, and to think that what is mine is now yours might be a very big mistake. Things aren't always what they appear, and
What is mine is definitely not yours, unless you're
and,
invited.
and knowing that I have some training, it would be a very it could be very shocking.
Yeah.
As to the things that it is within my cranium, I often tell people, step into my brain, and most people are like, you're knuckin' fuss. I ain't going in there. Scary shit's in there. But you try to abridge what I have worked my life for, and think what is mine is now yours. Do you think I'm going to just lay down and let you step on the back of my neck? No, that doesn't happen that way.
I mean, it gets us back to topic at hand. What would you do? Food shortage. I mean, it's in some places, especially in the cities, it's going to get to that point where people are going to strong arm robbery.
And that goes back to piss poor planning leads to piss poor execution. Plan now, get training now while it's still available. And I heard somebody recently say that the time for getting training is over. That you're just going to have to fit in where you fit in, and the dice are going to fall where the dice are going to fall. I don't agree with that assertion. Training happens every time people get together, whether you're doing things or not. Scenario training, mental gymnastics, that by definition is training.
Yeah. We should be training our minds every day.
Oh, hell yeah. That's why I say I love scenario-based training. And a lot of people don't like that mental gymnastics, but it pushes them outside of their comfort zone.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
I ask
I
members
mean,
of my group all the time, what would you do if after the kitty litter hits the air circulation device, um,
boy,
somebody
I mentioned swear jar once, and you completely avoided certain topics, and I've been
which
just dropping f bombs, c bombs.
well, let's see, f bombs and c bombs. Do,
Obviously, I was joking about the swear jar because I would owe it more
oh,
than I could probably afford out of my paycheck out of a podcast.
and the c bombs.
I don't use that word that much.
Yeah.
I don't use the B word either that much.
But the
F bomb, yeah, it's
yeah,
quite
that
frequent
that
to
that
my.
just that flies even in my sleep.
Now the C bomb, I'll use it, especially if
Only
I've watched. And it got real bad because anybody watch Deadwood, you know what C word I'm talking
yeah.
about. I mean, damn, they just used cocksucker so much in that fucking show. It was like it was psychological. Next thing you know, you're saying it's like what? No, I never use that word. What the hell? What? Oh yeah,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
it's
it's funny.
repetition, guys.
It's
And
funny
the
that you
shit we
would.
take in is repetition. That's that mental gymnastics. We're talking about scenarios like we're talking about now. What would you do? It's repetition. Now,
It,
I hate to quote anything esoteric on this channel, but to teach a student, it's about repetition. You tell me you practiced that 1,000 times, I'm going to tell you to do it 1,000 more, 10,000 more. You come back to me and tell me you've done it 10,000 more, I'm going to tell you to do it 20,000 more until it becomes action without thought.
it's funny that you had mentioned the the jar, because my favorite saying is "Oh, for fuck's sakes,"
Yeah.
and my
And I tend to drop more colorful language the more I drink. So
I don't
So I
even.
think Hollywood stinks on Twitter. She she made a comment that I was like, that's not even fair. Get somebody drunk and you'll hear the truth.
Right? You know,
Wow, alcohol abuse.
it's funny that you had mentioned something about the jar, because my favorite line is "Oh, for fuck's sakes," and one of my very best friends, who
Although right now I could use that money jar.
my best friend, she doesn't swear at all, hardly. Um, and quite frequently, when she's at her other job, she'll be under her breath. She'll be like, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" So something's going wrong at work or whatever. Or if she's in certain circles, she'll say, "Oh, for fuck's sakes," and people will look at her sideways like, "What did you just say?" And she's like, "Oh," and it's like, I know where she got it from. And it's like it's really makes you stop and think when people say something like that. That just how impactful your one's colorful language actually can get, and that
I
psychological
keep
mind
forgetting I
fuck.
don't have to walk all the way for that bottle of Crown Apple when I got one sitting right next to me. All right, now I'll have an excuse to walk over there. It's empty.
Oops. Um.
Like I said, I got plenty of liquor. I mean, if I get no, we're not going there. But there's Jaeger in the freezer, so
Yeah.
but we're not
Well.
going there because that podcast gets have the tendency to get interesting when I get on the Jaeger. So we're not going
Well. At the top of the hour, I have to bounce. Just so
there.
you know.
Yes, I'm gonna bounce myself because I want to watch via my phone the truck race. I love my dirt track racing, and you know, it's relaxation and meditation for me when I can step away from the chaos at hand.
Yeah, we have to
But
set
at the
my
chaos
and
at hand, though, it's like what Bree was talking about, mental gymnastics. It's important to have conversations, no matter what they're about. You know, food shortages. We know it's coming. That's not a made up scenario. It's
but
coming. How bad is it going to be? Well, I think it's going to be bad. And when you have the president saying it's going to be bad, it's bad.
well,
It's one of those, okay, break glass in case of emergency. Yes, there's a few unopened bottles of liquor sitting up on top of that freezer that won't get open because you know what? I might need one of those bottles of liquor to barter with.
well, it comes back to something that we said on Monday.
We said a lot of things on Monday.
We talked about as soon as you open that seal
Oh, yeah.
on your food reserves, that clock isn't clicking off in real time. It's actually clicking off in a 4x or however many people you are feeding. It's
Yep.
clicking off in that X. So it's that it goes back to that mantra of um poor planning does equal poor execution of the plan in the end. So
Yes.
if you are planning and you started planning way ahead at before the demic hit, then it's not as it wasn't as bad, and it but for me, because I was literally I won't be the first. I'm not afraid to admit that I'm a Cold War baby. You know, I'll be seeing those black balloons sooner than I want.
I'm a Gen
um
Xer, so
um
I was at the tail end of the Cold War when, Gorbachev tear down that wall. So,
I was born in the decade before that. Um so I
rebel till you die, no fear, ride or die. Yeah, that was my generation.
I was Vietnam was still raging when I was born.
Nope, it was over by the time I was born. I think I was born in
Um,
'77.
yeah, it was over. We still were dealing with realities, and gas shortage was huge in '77.
Yep.
I remember that. Um, and here we are back, nearly 50 years later, 45 years later. What's the topic at hand? Gas
Gas
is
and food shortages.
um you know um but I was raised that nature is our grocery store, and that it's to be respected and revered, and somewhere along the line, um that was forgotten by a lot of people. Was not
Oh yeah.
forgotten by me. But at the same token, if you don't use those skills, those same skills are going to be um extremely rusty at best. They might not be forgotten, but they will be rusty.
Oh, let me
Um,
put it this way: you say use and pass down. If you don't pass them down, they will eventually be forgotten. Especially in the day and age we live in, where we're so technology based and driven with our smartphones, our internet, our social websites. We spend less time outside doing something outside than we spend on our media devices.
well, one of the things that I've noticed. eh, Let me share this with you. Um, One of the things that I learned was, it's like the I make no mystique that I like to catfish. They are a very formidable fish to catch. They're very fun.
You heard about that 131 pounder caught out of the Mississippi this week?
No, I didn't hear about that.
130, 131-pound steelhead.
That wasn't a that had to have been a flathead. That wouldn't have been a steelhead.
Yeah, probably.
But I like to catch catfish, particularly channel cat, or Appaloosa cat, that's as some call them. But if you don't keep up with their flavor palette, and how that changes, you're going to get lost, and you're going to be behind the curve. So you have to keep involved. And because I've been working the last few years, I haven't been able to go out and try to lay into a few. That shit's gonna change this year. I assure you of that.
I try not to lay into them anymore. I
Um,
mean, granted, now anything's fair game, though. I mean, yeah, I'll probably even. Well, the next pike I catch, I am definitely going to cuss up a storm, probably, because they're just bony as fuck. That's why nobody. But I hear they're really good eating.
They
and
are good eating.
And I've never ate one. In fact, up till last year, I've never caught one. And my very first one was 19 inches.
They're very fun, but you need to fillet them.
Well, I heard it was a pain in the ass to fillet them.
They are a pain in the ass to fillet
because they're so bony.
They are. But it can be done. Again,
like this year, I know me and a couple people from work. We need to find one more person. And we're gonna get a charter, and we're gonna go out on Lake Erie to go perch fishing.
Again, that's another fish that if you don't keep up with the trends on what they're feeding on, because that shit evolves every year. And now the tactics I used to use a decade ago for spooning for northern, or spooning for walleye and bass.
Yeah, that changes year to year.
The tactics and baits that I used even up to 5 years ago for bass, walleye, northern, insert fish here. Those tactics that are survival based tactics have changed dramatically.
Well, it was just like this. Well, normally, like I said, this time of year, I've already been out. Because
right.
Like I said, this time of the year, well, the end of this month, they'll be stocking some of the lakes with trout, rainbow trout. Well, this year, usually you're rainbow trout, red worm, minnow.
Yep.
Or the thing that they love the most. I do not understand this. Never got it. Marshmallows. They love the shit out of marshmallows. They're not biting on any of that. They're only biting on one thing: a red tail spinner.
Yeah.
With a silver shiny spoon. And it's the only thing they're biting on it, and they're hitting left and right. But any of the other baits, that normal trout bait, nope, not a single bite. Nobody's catching anything on it.
And that's eerily similar of back in the early 70s and the very first part of the 80s. They were hitting on that bait then. And
people wonder why your tackle boxes are filled with so much tackle, because every year it changes of what the fish are biting on. They don't. It's weird.
And this is going to sound gross. Now, I already said that I am a catfish fanatic. I have stink baits in a cooler that last year I made the mistake of opening that cooler.
Oh my God.
Now,
vomit.
stink baits are in the summer. That those in and of itself,
They're pungent enough.
right now, factor in a bait that has been sealed in a cooler for 7 years.
No,
That ought to I should be
I'll
able to
pass.
I should be able to just open the cooler at the riverbank and the fish jump out of the river and onto the shore. With that.
Yeah, but that's what most people don't get. Don't. That's a lot. There's so much education that can be taught
Oh yeah.
because I mean, every niche and genre of things, whether do it yourself, fishing, hunting, there's tricks that change seasonally. Same way, especially trapping. Trapping. Oh my God, the
Crappies,
bait.
black crappies. Oh fuck.
Black crappies are a pain in the ass to catch. I hate them.
They call them paper mouth for a reason.
They're good eating, but pain in the ass to catch. Then
They're
you
a
got to
new
catch it at the right time, right part of the season. Just like black bass, same way. But
everything
then you
has a
got so many
season.
regulations, the state regulations. I get it. We got to protect the species from being overfished, but they've gotten ridiculous with it. I mean, especially where I've been fishing, they've got basically power slots. So anything from basically 15 inches to 20 inches, you can't keep.
That's breed stock.
Yep. But anything from up to 14 inches, you can keep, but it has to equal 14 inches on the bass. So therefore, I catch one bass at 14. Well, that's the only bass I can keep and take home, which is ridiculous because that's not going to feed a family.
Now I look
But same
at
like with the rainbow trout, they got regulations on that, but it's a catch limit. You can catch 5 crappies, 5 or 10. You catch 10 crappies, 10 sunfish. They've started regulating it so severe that now we're talking about food shortages where that's another
it used
potential area for survival. Put food on our table,
pumpkin
but you're stuck with
seeds.
the limit.
Pumpkin seeds.
Oh, pumpkin seeds work great for fucking for
Uh,
bluegill and fucking
pumpkin
sunfish,
seeds were
panfish.
such a they're the taste from them, man. I'll take a plate of pumpkin seeds over a plate of bluegills or
Oh yeah.
rock bass. Oh my god. In a heartbeat. And they're such a thick fish. And their fight is right up there next to a rock bass. And they're aggressive as shit. But you don't find, if you find a good school of them, they're either too small,
Mm-hmm.
um, or if they're real big, then you really feel guilty about keeping them because there is this thing of yeah, there does need to be some amount of conservingship or conservatorship of the species, but at the same point, you're like, damn, that'd be a good eater.
I'm sorry. I love my caviar. I mean, well, the fuck caviar. I love my fried fish eggs.
I'm like with my
I
cat.
mean, I'm sorry, but food's food, and I get a double whammy on a female during breeding season because of fish eggs. So I get fish eggs plus the fish meat. There's see, there's just so many regulations. It makes it hard for us to be able to survive off our hunting skills because it's regulated. We've gotten so far to where they literally control what we can gather in. The only thing they really can't control is what we plant in the ground. And I'm sure they probably, well, they do. If you live in cities, they don't want you having gardens. They don't want you be catching rainwater. There's just so many regulations to where a food shortage comes around, you can't sustain yourself. Most people, there's a lot of people out there don't know how to bait a hook. don't know how to tie their lines or lure fish. I mean, I'm not the greatest lure fisher because I've always been a live bait fisher. Prefer my worms, my minnows, chubs, but that's for the type of fish I fish for. I grew up fishing. I grew up hunting, but it's regulated. It's always has been. And it's designed that way. They rather you go spend 10,000, 20,000 on a pig or a cow than, well, the prices will probably reach that amount here soon because food shortages, people, and it's not, if you don't have a farm or a big enough property, you're not going to be raising no cows, no hogs. A lot of people's gotten into chickens, but you got to be careful with that because you got bird flus and other diseases that will ruin the poultry to where you got to kill them all off. Can't eat it, can't do nothing with it. And you got to worry about your neighbors that might be raising chickens too, affecting their chickens. So it's a lot, but we got to find ways to sustain ourselves, especially in the days and months to come, because it's going to get worse. The longer our government is going to meddle with Russia, keep sanctioning, keep doing this, sending them money while we suffer, we got to take matters into our own hands and do what's right for us. Support ourselves, not rely on government or state to come to the rescue because they're not. Even when they came to the rescue, they came and got it right back out of your income tax checks. We need to become more self-resilient. How do we do that? Well, planting a garden now, which is the time you would start prepping your gardens, isn't going to harvest anything till spring or till fall. But while you're doing that, start building your greenhouses. Get your next set of crops ready to go. I'll be able to watch the truck race.
You gonna be able to get it on your TV?
No, my phone.
Oh,
I can do. I got Sling, so I can do Sling on my phone, but I can't do regular TV.
okay.
Yeah, no antenna. Yep, got a satellite dish. No, you don't need an antenna. Oh, I can't watch regular TV without a TV, an antenna. Which I probably should have bought one of those cheap ones that hang in your window, stick to your window. But didn't need it. I had cable, had internet. Didn't think I was going to be sick all half of this year. And like I said, we can't prepare for everything. And truthfully, TV is not a need. It never is.
Right.
Internet's technically not a need. As you can see, I can still stream from my phone, but internet is nice for other things like my entertainment, my peace of mind.
Sanity.
Yeah. But it's getting warmer out, and I'm starting to feel a lot better. My sanity will come from going out fishing, hiking, camping, kayaking, which is healthy for me because I'm out doing things, exercising, walking, paddling, and whatnot. Oh, wait, I've been sick, so I can't afford to. Was able to buy my fishing license, which makes me wish I would have bought it when I was thinking about it before it expired. But hey, I got another month. I got another couple weeks before I got to buy it. A couple weeks went by and got sick. Didn't see it coming. Didn't foresee it coming. Didn't foresee the medical bills I was going to end up with. Time off work. Didn't plan for it. And I should have planned for it because usually I'm on top of that. Didn't plan for a food shortage this year. Even though my to-do list for the last couple of years has been to build the greenhouses on my parents' property. I just haven't got around to it because I put in so much damn time at work. Which, I'm reaping the rewards. Suburban's almost paid off. Got my own spot living at. Which, there's I need to get closer to home. But I'm stuck on contract, so until the contract runs out, I'm kind of stuck. Because, I view contracts like I give you my word, it's gold. I tell you, I'll give you my word. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do it. Come hell or high water. I don't care if it's just a contract for a lease. Yes, I can walk out on it anytime I want, not get my deposit back or whatnot. But that's not who I am. So I will suffer through it. Then get closer to home, get my own spot. I mean, I can always move back to my parents whenever I want to, because technically that place is mine when they pass away. So another future investment I made. Can't be prepared for everything.
No, you can't. It's impossible.
But what I can do is talk about these things. Now, what would you do? What would you do when things got worse than what it was during the pandemic when it comes to the stores? The shelf shortages, the food shortages, the paper towel shortages. What are you going to do? I mean, yes, I've got some supplies built up, not where I should be. But then again, I don't need $2,000, $3,000 worth of supplies that, well, I got to bug out. I can't take with me anyway. I'm only going to take a couple weeks worth of rations because that's all I can carry. See, people don't talk about that.
Well, how I usually word that is everything devolves down to man portable situation anyway.
I mean, it's good to have all that shit. If you're going to be, you that's your permanent base of operations, but there's no such thing as permanent. It can be overran. It can be compromised. Poison the well. I'll poison your water. Well, what good is that? All that shit you got stocked up, you don't got water. And there's people out there would do that.
Yeah, I had that at a well once.
There's all kinds of scenarios that could take place that you cannot even begin to prepare for. No, I am not fully prepared for anything. I'm ready for anything. And the things that I'm not, hey, might get brought up in the discussion. That's like, oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah, I might want to put some thought into that. That's why these conversations are so important. Yes, it's some political, it's some politics, not as much as normally on here. It's kind of what I much rather be, educational. Talking about these things. It's like me, my interpretation of a AR-15 to an AR-10 was the barrel length, which was incorrect. But that was always my interpretation of the difference between them, because I can get a 308 an AR-15 platform. AR-15 has a longer barrel, which suits me more. I prefer longer distance shots than shorter shots.
This is what trips me out. I have. There's only been a couple of people that have actually answered this question right. What goes farther? A 5.56 or an AK? What bullet travels farther?
An AK, that's fuck. I'm trying to remember the caliber size.
7.62,
730.
7.62, 7.63.
So okay.
Both are 308 caliber.
Well, I would. Wait, no, you lost me there. 5.56 is a 22 caliber.
Yep.
Where the head on at least on an SKS, is bigger than a 22.
Yep.
So therefore, the 22 would actually go farther because it's less weight being fired. Well, it depends. Well, no, I can't say that because the SKS shell is fatter. The shell itself, not the head, is fatter, which means it holds more gunpowder. I don't know. It's a good question. I would still say the 5.56 because it is still a lighter projectile going down the range.
You're wrong.
More gunpowder wins, which would be common sense.
Actually, the AK in virtually every and it's definitely atmospheric. The atmospheric conditions do dictate, but an AR, AR M4, M16, 5.56 shell, effective range, um, 700 meters.
Which is cool because I have a better shot with an SKS.
And SKS effective range for a critter, and I'm going to word it that way, up to a half mile.
Well, I say I'm good. I'm pretty good at 800 yards with an SKS.
You can jump that out to 1,600.
No, I can't. I don't.
With,
I'm not. I'm not skilled with the use of optics. I suck at it. I
with
use straight irons, and I
it,
love the ghost irons on the SKSs.
yeah, just the open sights, half mile.
Yeah, I literally suck when it comes to using a scope
Um,
of any sorts.
but the optics that are being made, and
And we don't even want to get on the subject of me and a handgun.
but that and it should say something. I've been banging this drum with where.
Don't be the hostage is all I gotta say.
Oh well, yeah. I've tried telling this to people for a very long time. Don't be in situations that you become a hostage, and makes my life a whole lot easier.
It makes my life a whole lot easier regardless. I'll shoot
But
the fucking hostage. It's that simple. Because I'm
but
going to shoot the hostage regardless.
but the I have been
So
telling
don't be the hostage.
people and that make decisions for a couple years, 3-4 years, that the 7.62 shell is a superior shell to the current platform that we have right now. Well, apparently somebody's been listening, because the platform that is coming in is a 7.62 platform, at least at squad level, and it's due to debut in 23, possibly sooner.
Well, we kind of got to look at the scenarios behind that, though. The reason the 5.56 and the 2.23 was so preferenced and wanted is because that's the standard NATO issue, 5.56.
Well, and
So most people went that way because, which should tell you people's thinking about NATO. Obviously, if you're thinking that, well, if NATO ever invaded this country, because this has got to be their line of thinking, whether it's projected out there or not, subconsciously, that's their line of thinking, that I'll be able to get ammo for my AR because it's a 5.56 2.23 more readily than I would if it was just a standard 2.23 or 3.08, because the standard issue NATO magazine is a 5.56. So therefore, we're going to go that route. And that's been everybody's concept, but they don't say why. Well, it's because it's NATO. That's the NATO standard issue. So why? The only reason I would want that platform if I thought NATO was going to run amok here in our country, and that's going to be the readable magazine to strip off an enemy combatant.
it's bigger than that, and it's actually more sick than that.
Well, I'm sure it is, but
Um,
nothing to deal with NATO is not sick. If you follow,
it comes down to a 5.56 shell rarely leaves a target, and it puts 5 to 6 people on the X. You've just created a fish in the barrel scenario. And whereas the bigger, heavier shell in the 7.62, it goes in and it gets out. Pure, plain, simple. In combat, You go to any country, and I
Well,
find it,
in combat, I want more. I'd rather get more bang for my buck. If I get more than one target with one shell, I want more than one target. If you're
but
dumb enough to line up next to each other.
here's the I find it kind of ironic that the new AK variant that Russia is has implemented 5.56 by 4.5, the NATO round on an AK platform, basically an AR-10 type knockoff.
Well, it doesn't surprise me. It goes back to my mentality of thinking. It's would be the most likely. What I mean, let's keep it real. Putin, if Putin's has ever said his number one enemy isn't the United States, it's not any of the other countries. It is the New World Order and NATO. He's
Right,
opposed to all that, always has been.
right, but and at the same time that um
Not to
Putin,
tweet his horn.
right, but at the same time that Putin's new super weapon has come out, we're beginning to um talk about uh replacing the tool, the M4,
Yeah.
M16, and I because I've used both. I've used the M4 and M16 both. I'm actually not. It's a very effective tool. Um, in any idiom, whether it's AR, M4, M16, it's a very viable tool. But if I need to, and every country that I've been in, first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to liberate an AK. Why?
Fuck that. I want to liberate a circuit judge.
Um, if I'm going
Let's
to,
talk about a multi-purpose use tool, a standard judge or a circuit judge, which is, the long rifle version of it instead of the handgun version of it. Why? Because I can put anything from a 22 to a 45 caliber in that bitch.
and
9mm, what not. As long as it's in between, I can buy sleeves for the chamber to fit that round.
reason why I like
Talk about the most versatile weapon ever made, or tool ever made.
the reason why
And I'm all about versatility.
There's a reason why I like the AK. I can do pretty much anything next to a shotgun. It is the most versatile. And if I really need versatility, I'm going to go to the shotty.
Well, yeah.
Bar none.
Can't go wrong with the old school shotty. Next to a muzzle loader.
It's and you get
because
into
that really teaches the Marines motto of one shot, one kill. You only get one shot because it takes forever to reload those damn things.
Well, if you really want to go old school, blunderbuss. How many?
Yeah, you can pack whatever in that.
How many? You want to talk versatility?
I got a can of nails. Let me shove that down that. Pack it in.
How many people?
Actually, I got a bunch of change over there. Let me shove that down the barrel.
Fuck that. That's seed for something else, man.
Hey, I can always go pick them up after I'm done. It's reusable. Because a blunderbuss will shoot anything out of it. It is truly the ultimate trash can of tools. Whatever you stuff in, it's going out the barrel. The big end. That I can put my fist in. So, handheld cannon, for real. Can't go wrong with a blunderbuss. Good luck finding one.
I actually know where there's a half a dozen of them. And they're the legit blunderbuss. I
But
know. I know. I would know where there is a couple of
you would.
those.
I'm sure I probably know where a couple are myself, but that's
But then again, I also know
neither
where
here nor
there's.
there.
But then again, I also know where there is 4 6-inch cannons.
That's the other thing we don't, most people don't talk about. Yeah, your ARs, your whatever, your shotguns, they're all nice until you run out of bullets. Until you run out of casings. Let's screw the bullets. We can make our own bullet heads. When you run out of casings, you're fucked. Can't easily make them. But I tell you what, you can't run out of gunpowder. And it's easy to cast a musket ball.
Yeah.
In fact, it's easy to cast any type of shell head right now. Just can't cast the casing. So your primitive weapons are never primitive. They'll eventually come back around where they're, hey, yep. Oh, you're out of bullets? I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time. Reload. Oh, you can't. I got plenty of time to pack this in here and get another shot off. I mean, it's those things that people don't realize. Even the primitive stuff we consider primitives, not primitive. Especially some of the black powder rifles today. Oh my God! If our ancestors would have had them,
At Concord or Lexington,
oh man,
Gettysburg.
right? I would not want to be on that battlefield.
Well, you might be on the battlefield. Well, let me rephrase that. Your boots might be on the battlefield, but you wouldn't be.
Because talk about, especially now with the pellet charges instead of just pouring black powder in it. I mean, just boop 3 in, or 2, or 4, depending on your gun. Push the bullet in, because most of them shoot actual bullets now instead of balls. You know, you still shoot your traditional balls. Oh my fucking God, no! Because truthfully, on your most of your black powder rifles, their caliber starts at 50.
Yep.
No, bad. That's worse than getting. Yep, nope, I don't want to contemplate it. But hey, everything suits its purpose. Everything's a tool that has a purpose and an occasion and a perfect time to use. Just like right now, our tools are our hose, our shovels, our rakes, getting some gardens out, getting some greenhouses built. There's tons of videos how to make these cheap do-it-yourself greenhouses that will sustain you come fall and through winter. While you're waiting on your next crop. That's less you got to spend. That's less you got to spend at the grocery store. You're now helping sustain yourself. Yes, there's a little tricks to growing in the winter. You're gonna have to find a way to not to have your water freeze up, but there's ways to do it. There's plenty of tutorials on YouTube. That's why yes, YouTube censors this. I still don't speak bad about them because there's still a place to go to get educated, to get information on how to make stuff, build stuff, how to fix things. It is still the platform of all platforms. Rumble's getting there, but they're still a long ways from what YouTube is. Everybody's tried to compete with YouTube, has failed. Granted, that's politics more than anything. That's people in charge and private companies making sure that nobody else can succeed. And as far as it comes to the technology area, we need young entrepreneurs, young tech people to start creating these platforms. Become the next Elon Musk, Bill Gates. Except for don't be them. Because let me tell you something. There's only one reason for a war of any type. and it has not. And it's two factors: control and population control. That's all they care about. Many of these rich elitists are all about the eugenics, controlling the population. We're overpopulated, so we need a world war. We need a war to thin down the population. That's what wars are for. It has nothing to any in this day and age has nothing to do with anything. It doesn't have to do with politics. Doesn't have anything to do with humanitarian. We need a world war to control the masses. We need the world war to thin down the masses. We need pandemics to thin and cold the horde, to strike fear. We need food shortages to strike fear, to starve people out and thin down the masses. That's what we're dealing with. That's what these sick people we've elected in our governments are thinking and wanting. These are the agendas they are pushing. It has nothing to do with us. They don't care about us. The only thing they care about when it comes to us, can we manufacture, be their slave laborers, and be controlled. If we cannot, then we need to thin the ones that cannot be out. If we ever get into a war, another world war, or mark my words, the first thing will be implemented is drafts, and the drafts will be for all genders. Why? Because we already seen it take place in Ukraine. They didn't care. Oh, you're transgender. You're a male, but you identify as female. Fuck you. Get on the battle line. Your gender does not mean nothing. You're a man. Wow, we went from transgenderism being okay. You want me to respect you as a woman, that even though you're a man. Oh nope, that just went out the window. You're an able body. You are a man. Go take that front line, grab that rifle, and defend and do your job. You're not allowed out of the country. Mark my words, that will happen in every country.
You notice that the um
In fact, you can take that to the bank.
you notice that here about a month ago, um the military lowered their standards, and
They've
uh
been lowering their standards.
they actually um went farther than that. They actually um changed the uniform shape as well, and cut.
To be non-gender specific. You actually
Yeah,
kind of noticed that with Sarah. Some of the pictures she showed, it's like, because she's curvy in the right spots,
yeah,
and when
you
she's in
know,
uniform, it's like, fuck, where'd those curves go? Where'd those nice double D titties? Because the race don't come on till 8, so I still got another hour.
wow. That's something that I don't think that, I'm glad that you kind of brought um her up. A lot of people don't. She was supposed to be back and
Ah,
home.
December.
I thought it was Thanksgiving last year.
Well, it was, then it got postponed till December. Then she was supposed to come back for they. She was going to get a 30-day leave, and now, well, now it's all who knows with the Ukraine thing going on. So she's Air Force. So yeah. Whenever this crisis is over, she'll be back.
You know, it,
I'm reaping what I've sown though, because I've known people, and it's like, and I never understood it, really got it. Oh, I get it now. The joke's on me. Yeah, I'm in those shoes now. Yeah, I get it. It sucks. Boy, does it.
and this is what people don't know, or I know it. I know it very well
I
because
should know it. I mean, most of my family's military oriented. Have served in one way or another.
I and
Nope, I didn't get it.
this is what I I knew this long ago. I've been in this game a long time. Um, I've been knowing it. I spent 14 years out, so I know it, and I'm not conventional by any means, but you know, this is what people don't. This is the side that people don't know, and how many people out there don't think about, oh well, my Stevie or my Susie, they're not gonna be eligible for the draft, or they're not gonna go this, that, or the other thing because of blah blah this, blah 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 that, and I'm like,
Oh,
uh
that
huh,
shit don't matter. That shit that happened back in World War II, World War One with the draft. Oh no, they don't give a rat's ass if you're the first son or not. The next son, step on up. You're going to.
um, where they can't if you're in a situation where you're the the sole breadwinner
I
for the
don't.
family.
I don't believe that. Not with today's age of politics. The way things have
Um,
gotten, I do not believe that anymore. That was
I
true back in the 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s, and 50s.
I
Now, oh no, you're going. They don't
I
care
I think initially,
because it's all about population control. It's all about control.
right, it is about control, but I think initially, the first wave of the draft, they would overlook those, but come the second wave of the draft,
I'll give you
um,
that.
the second wave, I think they would go. They will be taken. Um, but what we're about to see in this, should the draft come up, that people are not seeing is it's no longer gonna be about, oh, we're gonna take your boys. Oh
Oh
no,
no, they're taking
Th-
your daughters too.
they're taking, and this is what, I hate to bring up this guy's name because I think he's a sanctimonious son of a bitch, um, Bruce
Listen,
Springsteen.
that's
But
another sellout. But yeah, okay.
that's why I said he's a sanctimonious son of a bitch.
He's worse
Um,
than Neil. Well, no, Neil Young's worse than him.
right. Um, but
And I had a lot of respect for Neil Young.
and but in Bruce Springsteen's song, War, he spoke about this shit and he warned about this shit in 1985
Well, yeah.
in the song War. If you don't believe me, go look up the fucking video.
And that's why when it comes to music here of late, I've gotten away from a lot of these mainstream artists. They don't do it for me because I'm sorry, I'm still
All
young
right.
enough.
All
I'm
right.
still I'm old enough and young enough that I grew up with my parents' music. So I
All
grew
right.
up with the 60s, 70s, the protest music. That's not there anymore. But I tell you what, it is there if you look. It's there on people that aren't on record labels that are going on YouTube, such as the Patriot Marine, people like Ryan Upchurch. Or
Yep.
yeah, I'm drunk, so I mix things up. Forgive me. There's a lot of upcoming artists out there right now that are talking about these things in their music that aren't backed by no labels. That was one of the biggest things that John was it is it John Rich
Yeah, John Rich.
said on that podcast with Tim Pool that yes, he was part of the problem with the
Initially,
music
yeah,
industry until he made enough money to where he got out and
because
started producing and making his own record label himself and producing his own music, not having to worry about what they told him he could sing and do.
he saw what he was, because he was just as much a part of the cancer
Hmm.
as he was a part of the problem. But since you brought it up, what about the drummer from Offspring,
Oh, the one that got kicked out of the band because he got COVID and because of his,
Guillain-Barré syndrome?
yep, cannot get the vaccine. They
Yep,
kicked him out of the band. Offspring, we know. I mean, oh my God, anybody, my generation, we know Offspring.
yep.
They're just like fucking
Metallica.
no, fuck Metallica, Rage Against the Machine. What are they raging about? They become so PC and
They're not
following what
rage.
they're not raging against the machine. They are the machine.
They're
They're the
capitulating.
propaganda of the machine.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what most of these major records that control all these artists who don't let them have their freedom of expression. It's like NASCAR. I love racing,
And
but
so do I.
NASCAR they're not free to express themselves. Oh, they're free. Go ahead, say it. We're gonna fine you. We're gonna suspend you. So they live in perpetual fear of speaking out.
Ask Tony Stewart that question.
Yep.
He just got hit with a $50,000 fine for telling a reporter that if you don't like my flags that I fly at my house, go fuck yourself. $50,000 fine.
And that's it. That's a really, I have a tendency to blame the athletes,
But
but they
Tony
are
stood
to
up.
blame because they don't stand up. They don't speak out. Why? Because they're addicted to that lifestyle, that having that money, being the rich, and half of them are too dumb to invest into a future for when that injury happens that ends their career. Then they got nothing. Then they're selling off all these $1 million mansions that they're living in right now because they have nothing to fall back on. Hence, dumb.
Tony Stewart, his home, his own personal residence, not at the track that he owns that hosts a NASCAR event.
No, doesn't even host the NASCAR event now because he will. Yeah.
He
Well, because he stood his ground. He said, fine, you're going to turn Bristol in a dirt race without even coming to me. Fuck you. You're not going to race your trucks here. That was what he did. He said, fuck you. Then what did he do? He went and created his own fucking racing series
but it
that
goes
will compete eventually with NASCAR.
but here's where it gets here's where I have an issue with NASCAR. He was fined $50,000 for telling a reporter to go fuck himself. And this was recently. A flag on his personal home. A flag that NASCAR deemed inappropriate or illegal at a NASCAR track.
Had to be the Confederate flag.
Yep.
You know what? That's why I love my local dirt tracks. My mom and pop racetracks. They don't give a fuck. You can fly that Confederate flag. You know what? We don't give a fuck. We're going to bring your kids up, invite them up here to sing the national anthem and do the Pledge of Allegiance in front of all of you. Why? Because let me tell you something. Anybody's ever been to a NASCAR race? Well, fuck a NASCAR race. Been to a dirt track race at your local dirt track or asphalt track? Man, you get every type of people, every color, every race. And it's not about politics. It's not about
No, it's not.
It's not about racism. It's not about what gender you are. Man, fucking women are out there wearing their Daisy Dukes, fucking tank tops, waving that fucking rebel flag along with the American flag. It's all people of all sorts. Everybody's there to have a good time, watch some good racing. And it's the most patriotic thing you can see, especially when they invite your kids up to do the Pledge of Allegiance, stand for the national anthem. It's amazing to see that all these people, we're here for one common thing, to enjoy ourselves, have a good time, drink some beer, drink some pop, get some great food, but still affordable down at the concession stands.
Well, I don't know about affordable, but
no, actually it is. Well, maybe not now, but last year and the previous years, when they were open because they weren't
no, I tell people
allowed to have fucking people in the stands. I could go for $20. Well, $30. We'll say $30. I'll stop at the gas station and buy a 6-pack of fucking Coors Light, the big cans. Then go to the race for $14. I still got $6. I can go down the concession stand, get me 2 burgers, a pop. Man, I'm good. Or some vinegar and cheese fries, whatever, for under $30. I'm actually under $25 because $20. It's about $8 for the beer. Actually, more now, but beside the point, I really don't drink beer unless it's fucking hot out. But I still can do it cheap. I can afford to do that every weekend. Spend time with people, get to know, socialize, have fun, enjoy. You know what the one thing I'm not thinking about? Politics. What's going on Twitter? What's going on Facebook? What's going on in Ukraine? God, I can't wait till the fucking track opens up. That's where you'll find me on a Saturday night at the local dirt track. Actually, I'm going to look around here to find some local tracks. I know Angola, Steubenville. My dad actually raced out to Steubenville. I raced at Oakshade back when, you could afford to do it. Where, yeah, don't try it now. My dad just tried to talk me back into racing again. It's like, man, I can't afford that. I don't care if I build my own. I can't afford that.
No, you definitely can't afford it if you build your own.
Oh no, I can afford it if I build my own. I know how to do that. That's in my line of expertise. I grew up on the track. My dad raced. All our cousins have raced some sport. Shit, my one cousin still drag races. I'm not a big drag racing fan unless it's street. And well, I'm kind of grown out of that one. Thank God.
But what people need to understand is before you go to a big race like a cup race or some shit like that, you need to go visit your dirt tracks and see where the grassroots of the sport actually came from.
I mean, it's something to me right now, especially if it's a good track to keep it up. I mean, not everybody's got Tony Stewart's money. I mean, most tracks. I mean, my track, the one I go to that I love. I grew up going there. My grandfather, my dad. I raced there. I still go there to this day.
My
Man,
track,
they still got the same shitty ass fucking bleachers that should scare you because they can't afford it to, get all steel in or replace the wood. But I tell you what, I love that track. And I've raced at Eldora back in the 90s before Tony owned it. And I tell you what, I've seen what Tony Stewart's done to it. I would love to race out there one more time. Just once. Because it is nice. I love going there because I try to go there at least once a year to catch one of the big events, whether it be the Dream Race, which I haven't been catching because it's falling on the end of the Hell Tour at Oakshade, and I go to that because, I like that. That's exciting. But, those are the things. Am I going to be able to afford to do any of that this year? I don't know. Food shortages, prices are going to go up. And I got to think about these local tracks. Are they going to afford to keep their gates open? Because they don't really make that much money off us. Truthfully, not when you're charging $14 a ticket. And, well, granted, you have your big races, but those big races, like I said, are the Hell Tour, the Memorial, and a few of the other ones. They got about 7 big races throughout the year. Will fill the stands to over capacity. But that's not going to sustain them. They're just squeaking by. Now, if you start raising the prices of food shortages and stuff, that's going to force them to raise their concessions. It's going to force them probably to raise ticket prices. Or just shut down because they can't afford to open the track. They can't afford to give you that quality that you anticipate without raising the prices. And a lot of these local tracks are about family, about community, about bringing people in that want to put all the politics and BS that goes on every day on social media, on the news, to the side and put out a good event. I love going to the fairs for that reason. You go to the fairs, it's not about politics. It's about, all kinds of stuff. Supporting young kids coming up to the 4-H, Boy Scouts, FFH, seeing the livestock, seeing what farmers are doing. It's about those things. We've gotten away from those things. So many fairgrounds were shut down during the pandemic. Couldn't have their fairs. Couldn't have their demolition derbies, tractor pulls, their concerts that bring in money to the community, because it does bring in money into the community. If they have a packed house, people are going to leave there. They'll probably stop at McDonald's, stop at the local gas station, or local motels, putting money back in the community. They've starved all this out through fear. Now we're talking about food shortages. It's going to affect you. Well, um, what's his name? Hunter?
Yep.
At least that's what his name he was using.
Yeah.
He brought up some great points. Going to a professional baseball game or a professional hockey game, which to my do list, I still haven't been to a hockey game. I want to go to a hockey game. I mean, I grew up huge Detroit Red Wings, so I love hockey just as much as I love racing. I've been to a baseball game. I've been to a football game. Been to many soccer games. Been to MI, the Indy 500, MIS. Of course, I live fairly in the vicinity of those. I've been to my NASCAR races, my IndyCar races. I've not been to a hockey game, and I love hockey. But I mean, this was even back in the 90s. You knew not to buy concession food because it was twice the price.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that glass of beer is costing you $7, where it's a $2 draft at the local bar. I mean, it's always been that way, but it's got even more ridiculous to where they don't even want you to spend in cash. Let me get your debit card. Credit only, no cash. And he brought that. I mean, yeah, that you guys did an awesome show on Monday, because that's something people aren't that aware of, because some of that's really only happening in the major metropolitan cities. It's not it hasn't reached the rural areas. It's in where your rich are. Like I said, I've seen it in Boone, North Carolina. I've seen it starting with the kiosks at McDonald's, Arby's, and those places, because they want everything automated. You remember the biggest talk during the pandemic was pushing more robotics in the food industry to cook and serve meals to where they didn't have to have nobody in there other than a manager to make sure everything's working right. Push a few buttons. Your kiosk, you'll order from your kiosk. You don't have that human interaction. Human interaction is important because it drives conversation. It uplifts people. You smiling at the cashiers who have a bad day will bring a smile to them. Or you say, hey, good day. Good. You have a good day. Little stuff like that is important. And it only comes through human interaction. Contact, social, not over the internet, not with a screen between us, being some keyboard warrior where you can't see your face, which I know I'm bad for that because I don't like being on camera. But occasionally I do. I'm shocked I've made it this long. I'll blame it on the alcohol.
I was just actually looking up almost every single dirt track that I ran at. Almost every single one is either closed or they, over the last, and it's been 3 years since I've looked it up, almost all of them are closed or have went paved.
Yep.
That ain't that's racing, but it's not exactly racing, but the few people that have left feedback or have reached out to Hunter or myself, they all were like, that was some of the topics that were brought up, and I'm going to try to maybe in a week or so try to get another maybe do another arrange another pod with him. It'll have to be on a Friday on his day off, so that we can try to knock some things out of the park, and really drill down on some of the things going on, and there might be some other things coming that we discuss as well. It's good to see this younger generation starting to really grasp just what the fuck's going on. You
Well, see,
know,
that falls back into that echo chamber thing
oh,
that all of us got into. I didn't realize it. I fell into it. I'm guilty of it until I got out and was living in a college community town, basically rich town, but yeah, bone's bone. Blowing Rock's even worse, but it's the rich. It caters to the rich.
but it gets even worse.
But
See,
those college kids were more educated than we ever gave them credit for. We were
right,
always talking they were snowflake, which I always was against. Calling anybody anything stupid. Because, well, a snowflake's unique. Every snowflake is different. There's no such thing as the same
right.
snowflake. So when you're calling somebody a snowflake, all you snowflakes out there, they're giving you praise. That's the way you should look at it. It's that's the problem. Everybody gives everybody power, and hey, if you're gonna give me power by taking offense to me calling you a snowflake, and where I'm actually calling you very unique and different and elegant, well,
You're probably
educate
not gonna
yourself.
like
You're
everything
just
else we got to say.
You're definitely not gonna like anything else I got to say.
But it actually goes even farther. She
But do you
pointed.
believe it? Believe it or not, within a month, so I started doing the podcast at Rob's. We started doing the Smoke and Toke show, which was probably more appealing to the college kids.
Oh God, that was hilarious.
I mean, I can't do the Smoke and Toke show now because I can't smoke because got to have a job, got to be an adult,
Yeah, that
and it's
sucks.
not legal, and my factory has a 0% tolerance for it. So, but I can drink, so I guess I could do the Smoke, Toke, and Drink show. Of course, a lot of times I was I was drinking Jaeger and smoking blunt. So, yeah, they were interesting conversations, and boy, you only knew when we had that special guest on who her daddy was. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, but it's
That one
he.
scared. That one actually got me followed for about 2 weeks.
There's Hunter noticed something else at my local convenience store. How they have they've moved to um catering like carryouts
Yeah.
to your car, and that everything is now moving to debit or credit.
hmm You pay.
And
You pay right there. You go to like we'll use Walmart for example. Easiest one. You go to Walmart. You go online. You order your stuff. Pay for it right there online,
I
and
don't use it.
they'll give you. I'll, I'll I'll admit I used it just to try it out to see what it was like. Then when I find out certain items I couldn't buy that I had to go in the store to buy, well, it's pointless because those are the items I buy every week. So I want it. Why not go in and just say screw you? This is like pharmacy at Walmart. They got a drive-through. You can get your meds right there, but I want to go in. Oh, well, I guess that's the rebel in me, especially during the lockdowns. Fuck you! I'm going in. It's peace and quiet in here.
Yeah,
It's nice to
right.
be in here, and I can talk, and I can piss them off. Well, I'm going to come in here, not wear my mask, dare you to say something. When you do, I'm like, you can't make me. You can't make me commit a federal crime. How about those apples? And if you do, I'll sue you. You might be private, but you can't get around that one. Although I had Menards walk me out on that one. I should have sued them because I could have got it.
So that would have been a
Well,
slam dunk.
then I didn't realize exactly how much rights I had on that one until I further investigated it and did more research on it. I'm like, oh man, I should have jumped on that one. But I used it against Walmart and they backed down.
Yeah, something about that accessory. Yeah, they don't like that shit.
You cannot make me commit a federal crime. In fact, you can't make me commit a crime, period. You can't make anyone do that. Because the way it was written, and the way it is written in the Patriot Act, any type of covering is considered concealing your identity, even a surgical mask. So therefore, they don't have to charge you right then and there it can be 5, 2, 3 years down the road. They can actually charge you, regardless of what's going on in the world. You knowingly committed a crime, which
You know
makes you
where that
guilty.
you know where that would be very, very, very interesting. Um, how does that stack up uh in a medical facility?
Well, I'll tell you how it stacks up. They'll kick you right out. They wouldn't even let me use the fucking bathroom during the lockdowns with a mask on. I had to walk 2 blocks to the nearest gas station to use the bathroom while my sister was going through a medical procedure. Because we're not, it's lockdown. We're not allowed to permit, unless you're got an appointment or scheduled for a procedure, you're not allowed inside this building. With security right there, making sure you walk out those doors. I'm like, I just got to use the bathroom. I'm like, nope.
You know what was funny? They tried telling me that I couldn't have my PCW in there with me for doctor's appointments and shit. And I was like, under the ADA, yes, I'm allowed to have my PCW, and you are not going to violate my patient care rights to advocacy.
But I mean, we got to keep it real. The day and age where a doctor actually honors their Hippocratic oath is non-existent, because they all become privatized, corporate. So therefore, a private company does not have to acknowledge your rights as a Constitution or Bill of Rights. Even though the Bill of Rights is technically to protect us against the private companies. But no, they don't.
Here's another good one for you. Are you aware that now they are teaching in Red Cross? Here's a good one for you.
You don't want to get me started with the Red Cross.
They are teaching with their AED and CPR certification that even if life isn't viable, that the only reason for keeping the patient alive is for organ harvesting.
Oh yeah, I've known about that.
I didn't know about that.
And I tell you what, once I found out about that,
I was like,
the very first thing I did, as soon as I got my had to renew my driver's license, I am no longer an owner donor.
They well, it would be because of the nature of some of the medications that I take and whatnot on a daily basis, I would be automatically rejected anyway. But the funny thing is, when I took my stop the bleed class and
Narcan soft.
And my Narcan certification, they didn't teach that shit.
Ouch.
But we need to start winding this down. I gotta get stuff ready for this evening, and I still
about another hour, and this will be done.
What? Oh, the meat?
Yeah, the meat's almost tender enough to where you still gotta chew a little bit. But oh my God, does that taste good?
I can smell it.
Damn it.
Put the lid on it. Put a lid on that shit. Otherwise, that's not going to make it till tomorrow. Whoa, what happened? Oh, hey, everybody. I don't know what happened. I lost Drew. He'll be back. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I'm there. I hit the wrong button.
Oops.
You're joking. I might not make it to tomorrow.
Yeah, you got that green bottle out. I don't think that bottle's gonna make it either.
Oh, that bottle will make it. That's got opium in it. I know better.
Oh, what?
Oh yeah, one of the natural herbs to Jägermeister is opium. For those that didn't know, yeah, there's 56 botanicals, natural herbs in Jaeger, and one of them is opium.
Yeah, no wonder why I stay away from that shit.
So yes, it can kill you if you drink too much of it.
No wonder why I stay away from it.
And that's not my normal glass. My normal glass is half full or a little bit more with something mixed. So even I know moderation.
I don't even I prefer grain alcohol, man.
Well, yeah, but if I get into any more of that, next thing I'll know, I'll be out of Crown. Not that I've still got an unopened bottle of regular Crown. And that cognac version of Crown, I like cooking with that too much to drink it. And I gotta admit, I was shocked when I took my first drink of that. Man, it does got a cognac taste because it's aged in a cognac barrel. It's kind of got a banana aftertaste that is sweet and amazingly good. I was shocked. That's probably why that bottle has lasted. I bought that last year around this time. So yeah, it's lasted that long, and since then I've been through probably 30 bottles of peach, 10 bottles of apple. I've got plenty of regular Crown. Fuck, I blame Rob. I never drank Crown until Rob made me drink Crown.
Yeah,
it's his fault.
Actually,
the Jaeger is technically his fault too.
I'll stick to Shine. I can cook with it. I can run my vehicle on it.
See, I'm trying to stay retired.
Yeah.
Although the thought has, I'll publicly admit the thoughts crossed my mind. Truthfully, they keep pushing retirements out, and that's their fault. They don't want me unretired.
Yeah, and I'm gonna. I think a good segue.
That's good.
Into wrapping this up is I asked one of the Walmart.
Oh no, wrapping it up. I don't know about that.
It's almost time for the race,
especially after that drink.
With
oh damn, it's 7:41.
Yeah, it's almost time.
Oh shit, I got less time on that stew than I thought.
Yeah. With the impending race that I intend to watch all of it. For a change.
I wish I could what is it? Screen share?
Yeah.
It to the TV or the computer, but it won't let me. I can do YouTube videos just fine.
But I asked one of the sales reps on the floor about sugar and whatnot, and she was like, what kind of quantity are you thinking about? I says, I need 2 of the big bags, and I think it was like 50.
Yeah, 50-pound bags.
And she's like, oh. And she's like,
which is impossibly hard to find anymore.
And she's like, I don't know. I said, I need 1 for immediate use and 1 to put away. And she's like, how long has it been since you bought one? I was like, last year. And she's like, you use that much sugar? I was like, yeah, I use about 8 pounds a week.
Damn, sugar feed.
Well, I don't really use 8 pounds a week, but I use considerably more.
I mean, I got a 5-pound bag. It's still half full. And I bought that when I moved in here.
Yeah, but I use it for different
Although
things.
I can't say that.
I use it for cooking.
Yeah, I do too. So, but I can't. But I've cut back my. I've actually cut back my sugars,
Wrong.
even though I drink too much pop.
I use it for cooking.
I don't know what you're talking about. Not even a little bit.
And she was like, "Oh." And I went to Tractor Supply and I went to buy
I bet you found that was expensive. What didn't you?
100 pounds of shell corn.
Oh, okay. I thought you was talking about copper.
And they're like,
although fucking grains went up drastically, so I don't even want to think about what it cost to make a bottle of fucking corn mash or vat of corn mash right now.
And I wanted a sweet feed, rye,
Ooh.
and
Mountain Dew's not gonna help that.
Cracked corn. And she was like, "Weren't you just in here a while ago for a bunch of didn't you just order a bunch of copper?" I was like, "Yeah, I needed to redo my house."
What? You haven't learned yet. You go to Lowe's, buy your copper there, or Tractor Supply, buy your copper there. Then you go somewhere else to buy your feed.
Well, that was where the
didn't Popcorn Sutton teach you anything?
That's where the Lowe's tracked down my copper to, was at Tractor Supply.
Well, the fucking price of copper right now is ridiculous anyway.
I got it last year.
Yep, so yeah.
It
was still smart. Ridiculous last year.
And I was like, yeah, I had to redo all the plumbing in my house. And she's like, "Oh.
Yeah, I knew you weren't renovating your house."
And she's like, "Sounds like a party. Maybe I should come over and join you."
Hey, I tell you what, the best medicine is that mason jar under the sink.
What? How do you think I beat COVID?
Wishing I had some right now.
I made COVID killers.
I'm not gonna lie. Trip to North Carolina sounds good right about now, especially as much as I've been sick this year. I could use a mason jar of that medicine under the sink or in the cupboard. It'd be under the sink because the mice don't go under the sink for some odd fucking reason.
You know, the funny thing is I had a mouse in that mason jar. It ate through the cap.
Oh my God.
What do you think that mouse died of?
Yeah, alcohol poisoning. Massive alcohol poisoning.
It was involved.
Who needs a worm in tequila? We'll just put a fucking rat in it.
But it was
or a mouse, not rat. Rat's bad. Rats carry bubonic plague.
Yeah. As strong as that shit was that I made the COVID killer out of. Oh my.
I don't have the. Oh, yes, I do. I still got some. I don't have no Red Bull though.
I just seen the light bulb go off over your head.
But I do have some Black Velvet. Nope, I don't have no blackberry brandy. So no, I can't make a COVID killer. Although I have a bottle of 100. I have a bottle of 100 over 100 proof Captain up there, which I could probably substitute for the blackberry. No, we're not going there.
You laugh what I made my killer out of.
I'll stick with straight Jaeger, thank you.
Valerian and OTC and the mason jar. 6 ounces of the mason, some Valerian, and an OTC.
Mind you, the only reason I opened the actually, believe it or not, that Jaeger's been sitting in there since November, unopened.
Oh, it's probably very cool now.
Oh, it's fucking amazing. The only reason I'm drinking it, one, to preserve my so I don't get into the peach crown, because I get in that, I'm not gonna stop. And not to finish off my apple that I just opened. But pain med, because I can't take the fucking pain medication right now because I've been drinking. See? I follow doctor's instructions. Don't drink when taking medicines. Oh
You,
wait, I took an antibiotic before we started.
you, you, you,
The
you,
antibiotic don't count though. It's not pain med.
you're following Dr. Yeager. If you
All hail Jaeger.
if you follow that fucker too long,
Let's talk about the rabbit holes we can go down. Let's see. The night's young.
yeah,
Yeah.
well, we have a race in 9 minutes, so
I don't know. I get enough Jaeger in me. I don't know. I'll forget about the race.
yeah,
There's
well,
plenty of rabbit holes. I'd love to go down.
yeah, well, the only problem is I'm sober, and I have to get up at and be on the road at 7:15 in the morning.
And uh, man, you've gotten old in your old age. I'm gonna start calling you Methuselah.
Fuck you. I have a certain amount of beauty sleep I need. I'm not sure it's working, but
No, it's definitely not working.
have another few double up your Jaeger.
No, I double up my Jaeger, then I'm not gonna be functional in the morning. No, wait, I gotta take that back. I'll still be functional in the morning. I might not be functional the rest of the night, but man, hey, I'm broke. I can't go nowhere. So what else can I do? Terrorize people on YouTube. That's great. I love that.
Unfortunately, I have commitments tomorrow, so yeah, but this
I mean,
is
let's keep it real. I'm the best kind of terrorization. I'm the one that makes you think and question things. I'm the one that you're gonna cuss out 10 hours from now because I just made you think about something that you can't get out of your head. Yeah, I'm not the worst kind, and it gets even worse the more I drink because that's when I just open the floodgates and just let things spew that I normally don't let spew. I put the little pals guard to sleep. Fuck it. Who cares? Let's have a conversation. Let's talk. And that's what it's about, though. All joking aside, it's about information. It's about talking about these things that we've talked about for the last 3 hours, educating people, making them think and question things, having a good time while we do it, joking about, that backyard still out there, which I don't have a backyard to have a still. So yeah, go ahead, call cops. I don't. You fucking
go look.
yeah, go look. I mean, I live in a trailer park. I'm white trash trailer park. See, I can joke about my race. Doesn't offend me one bit. You can call me Cracker, Uncle Tom. Well, don't call me Uncle Tom because I'm definitely no Uncle Tom. Fuck you, YouTube. Don't even censor this shit.
You know where they found Uncle Tom? At the bottom of the well.
Some concrete boats swimming with the fishes.
If there's if you got concrete boots and you got fish in your well, I ain't drinking out of it.
That's what I think about an Uncle Tom. But unfortunately, we have plenty of Uncle Toms in Congress.
Sadly,
fuck, we have an Uncle Tom as the president. Fact check me on that, bitches. I dare you. I fucking triple dog dare you. Fact check me on that. That piece of shit isn't Uncle Tom because he is a racist piece of shit, and he's publicly on record opened his mouth, inserted foot, and said it.
Fuck. I missed something.
Yes, I'm that asshole. Who's not scared of history and facts? History's a well teacher, especially in this day and age when I can prove it. And you can fact check me all you want and play your little BS fucking political games because you don't want that knowledge to be told, but you can't go back and erase it. Well, actually, you can. We've seen you do it. You managed to even erase it from the Internet Archive on certain topics that we can no longer find, which is supposed to be prohibited. But hey, I don't care. I never cared. I mean, I'm sure I'm actually going to shut up my head. But I know the N word's been dropped on my podcast a few times. And I'm not talking about those fucking cucks that call in doing it. I'm talking about a smoking toke show where it happened. That I was quick enough to clear up, but it didn't get deleted. Never will. I do my shit live. I don't edit nothing. Oh, can't say that. I've been forced to edit when I've allowed the call-ins. I've edited those little sections out where they want to throw the N word around, trying to get my shit taken down, which I find is bull BS. And I find it no. And truthfully, I'm going to state this: I find that shit no different than what they're doing to Tim Pool right now with the swatting, because it's the same intention to get your shit taken down, to discourage you from doing content, or to make you cancel an event that you were going to do, like just took place today with Tim Pool. I mean, this man's been swatted 8 times, bomb squatted once. Now, a credible threat to his life, forcing him to cancel. That is the ultimate form of censorship and oppression. That needs to stop. Just because the man has an opinion, and I don't agree with all of his opinions, as I've clearly talked about this week. Don't agree with a lot of things he says, but it makes me question and think. I don't care if it was somebody I really don't like and don't agree with. That place has no business happening. I don't care what side of the paradigm you're on. Well, I mean, fuck, you heard about Jack Dorsey's protege on YouTube, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, he got censored and taken down from YouTube.
Then a shitload of people getting smoked off YouTube this week.
And that is completely somebody that's completely in the other spectrum than me, Tim Pool, and any of the people, most of the people I follow. They got struck down. It's like I said, when the person has no use, or they're no longer valuable to them, they will turn on them in the heartbeat. We've seen it happen with BLM. They turn on them in a heartbeat. When we don't need you, oh no, you're going to jail. We're not bailing you out. We're not raising money. But as soon as we need you, oh, that's all. It's okay. What you're doing is okay. It happens on both sides. But yeah, we're too busy arguing and bickering back and forth. Who's right or wrong? Oh, I don't agree with this person's opinion. He's evil. He's a fucking devil. Well, we should be standing up for him when they get censored. Everybody has a title to their freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom to their own opinions and views, and to express them. Whether we agree with them or disagree, if you don't like them, change the fucking channel. If you don't like what I say, don't watch. Hit the dislike button. I don't give a fuck. In fact, I'm gonna get off on seeing those dislike button hit. Honestly, I will. That means I did my job. I made you think. I made you question. I triggered you, which is my fucking job. Like me, hate me, I don't care. Never. I don't care what people think. Fuck, I'm living in a trailer park. I'm the clear definition of white trash. But yet I know what it's like to eat out of a silver spoon and have fucking maids fucking attend to your fucking every need. I hated that life. Even though those maids were treated better, made to get an education so they could be something other than a maid. But I didn't agree with that lifestyle. I grew up being taught by my grandfather and other people, grew up here in America. having to work, learning the values of work, the importance of it, the struggles. You know what? Some of the things that I've owned over the years, I've worked my ass off to pay for them. Sometimes I've worked my ass off so I can pay straight cash and not owe a fucking bank for a loan. But, you got to have credit, which means you got to be in debt to have a credit score, or else you can't get a loan to buy something when you really need it. So I broke down during COVID because I had the money. I broke down, got a loan to put a roof on my parents' house, which will soon be mine. Well, one day be mine, not soon, hopefully. I invested in my future. But by doing so, I had to put myself in debt. So I'll pay off that debt, and I'll be back to where I was with no credit score because, hey, I went for 7 years without getting another loan, without having any credit. When I pay off the credit card debts I've got, guess what? That's done. I don't like owing a single person. That gives them control. Oh, we're going to turn you over to credit agency. You missed a bill. In fact, that's what scares me about my doctor bills because they're notorious for that. They give you this amount of time to pay it, and it's usually a few weeks. If you don't pay it by then, they're instantly turning it over to credit bureau. Fucking joke. See, this is why I should not drink. Probably why I should not drink, especially Jaeger, and do podcasts. Because I'm blunt, very truthful, and to the point. Fuck, Hollywood stinks. Fucking, she was right. You will say whatever. You'll say what comes to mind freely. But then again, I'll say it freely, alcohol or no alcohol. I do it every time I do a podcast. 90% of the time when I'm on a podcast, I'm probably sober. And the truth is, I'm actually still very sober. As scary as the thought that is, as much as I've had to drink. I'm not sober enough where I'd be a dumbass and get in the vehicle and drive. That's a dumbass move. But I'm sober enough if I had to, in case of emergency, I could. I know my limits and tolerances. I also know drinking Jaeger takes 45 minutes to kick in.
All right, it's race time.
Yes, it is. Good time to end up before I fucking dig myself a grave that I can't get back out of.
Alrighty, folks. I'll catch you on the next one. It's race time. Y'all know where to find me. I'll catch y'all on the rebound. Keep stacking it and packing it. Higher, thicker, and deeper. We'll catch you on the next one.
That just sounded perverted.
Not enough Jaeger yet. Or Crown.
That still sounded perverted.
Well, get the race up, and I'll catch you on the flip.
Yep, I'll catch you later. I'm going to finish this stream, actually.
Alrighty.
I'm on a roll.
Alright,
Not
I'll
really.
be listening.
I'm on a roll for fucking censorship, Nazis to take over.
Alright, well, I'm going to bounce.
But no, I'm actually going to wrap it up myself. But there's a few things I do want to talk about. Jokingly aside, I want people to think about things. I want people to question things. Maybe I will see if I can't find a set time to get a few people in, and we'll do a what would you do scenario. We'll create a scenario or a few scenarios. Ideally, it's something I want to do also with people in chat. So there'll have to be something we'll schedule. I know I don't got that many subscribers or followers because I don't give a fuck about numbers. I don't give a fuck about the like button, dislike button. People are gonna find me. They'll find me. If it's meant for them to hear it, they'll find it. But it would be nice to have a set podcast done. And I've been wanting to do What Would You Do for a while, for a very long time. It was one of the first ones. You guys have seen my artwork. And I know you've seen it scroll past when I can share screens. What would you do? It was one of the second one. I think it was the second or third one that I created because it was always a plan to do that for this podcast, this channel. Because that's what we need. I just haven't been able to get the right group of people together. Why? Because I don't advertise. I don't have the audience. I don't want it for obvious reasons. I mean, I get away with so much right now. The more my numbers grow, the less I get away with, the more, hey, wait, you're gaining a following. We can't have that. You're an influencer, and some of the stuff you talk about, we really can't allow that to happen. Public enemy number one. I'm sure it wouldn't take that many subscribers to make public enemy number one over big channels. Some of the stuff that's talked about here. So I enjoy the little what I got. I appreciate the new subscribers and the subscribers that I have, the interactions that I do have with them when they stumble across. But I'm also on various other platforms, which kind of right now sucks because I can't reach some of those platforms to share the stream. So a certain part of my audience is not going to see this video until after next week when I get my internet turned back on. But hey, internet's not a need, it's a want. I'm just as happy without it. Although there's a part of me that likes coming on here, having these topics, conversations with you guys. I'm expecting that nobody's going to watch it because that's usually the case, which is not true. I've proven that. I mean, I've got videos reaching the 5,000 mark over on other platforms that people have watched and viewed. I've got comments. It just doesn't show up here on the analytics on YouTube. But as I've proven today, and the last three podcasts I've done, the two on here and the one on Free Spirit Prepping News podcast channel, I don't need the internet. I've got my phone. I've got, thanks to the mines, the ability to be mobile where I can't on YouTube. Yeah, I kind of need the internet, or I need, like Bree, who kindly enough was able to get into access my channel, change the title, which needs fixed. I know it'll get fixed. I'll put the number behind it later, probably next week when I'm at my parents' house, because I've just kind of figured out, I can afford to drive 2 days here, then I'll stay there for 2 days, which actually works out great, especially right now. I'll have access to the internet when I get back to there. Then I'll be able to redo my channels. Fuck, I forgot to ask fucking Bree to. I'll have to have Bree change my title to Daily Commute. No, don't. So I'm probably going to do a Sunday podcast. I missed my Sunday podcast. But I also plan on doing more things this year. Yes, I know. It's hard. I say it. But I'd like to do, I don't have no GoPro, so